Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you all to today's seminar on geopolitical scenario, economic ramifications, a theme that could not be more relevant to the times we live in. The world today is at an inflection point. Geopolitical tensions are flaring across multiple theaters, from the prolonged Russia-Ukraine war to heightened tensions in the Middle East, and the ever-evolving security landscape in our own neighborhood. Simultaneously, the global economy faces unprecedented pressures, from inflation spikes to supply chain disruptions, from fiscal uncertainties to volatile investment flows. These complex and interconnected dynamics are reshaping the very foundations of global governance, economic stability, and national security. For India, this external turbulence translates into a complex policy environment. While India has demonstrated considerable economic resilience, we are by no means insulated. From external shocks that undermine export competitiveness, to sustained pressures on energy security, to the ever-present strategic challenges posed closer to home, India today faces a confluence of security and economic pressures. Crucially, these developments have exposed the analytical gap between traditional economic forecasting and the hard realities of strategic disruptions. There is a growing recognition that national security imperatives, power rivalries, and conflict dynamics now profoundly shape economic trajectories. Standard market analysis separated from geopolitical context is no longer adequate. This seminar has a clear purpose to bridge this gap, to foster integrated thinking by bringing together the experience of military leaders and the expertise of financial minds, to equip decision makers and market participants to better anticipate risks, assess opportunities, and develop sound strategies while the world sustains volatility. Before we begin, may I draw your kind attention to the program for today's event as displayed on the screen. The seminar is structured in two focused sessions. The first segment will provide a geopolitical overview, examining the genesis of present global power dynamics, the prognosis of the emerging world order, and the security implications for India, alongside the opportunities this evolving landscape may present. The second session will pivot towards economic implications, focusing on the economics in a new world order and charting the structural drivers of India's growth trajectory. May I now take a moment to introduce Major General S. Kempiraj, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, Managing Director, Army Group Insurance Fund. General Kempiraj has had a distinguished career spanning multiple leadership, operational, and instructional roles in the Indian Army. In his current role as Managing Director of the Army Group Insurance Fund, assumed in January 2019, the General Officer has played a pivotal role in ensuring the organization's continued success and relevance. Under his visionary leadership, the Army Group Insurance Fund has achieved various milestones, including the lowest insurance cost in the industry, fully automated processes which enhance transparency and efficiency, highest tax-free returns on saving element, and double AUM in the last 7 years. The MD's commitment to innovation has strengthened the AGIF's reputation as a self-sustaining, supportive institution dedicated to serving the needs of the armed forces community and promoting the welfare of both active and retired personnel. To formally begin today's proceedings, may I now invite Major General S. Kempiraj, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, Managing Director, AGIF, to deliver the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Part of the introduction has already been given by Akashika, so I'll make it a little more brief than what it was earlier planned for. The world today is going through geopolitical tensions and shifting alliances and economic recalibrations. I had a slide which I wanted to show, which shows the number of problems that countries and regions are going through, and you will find that there's not a single country or region which does not have any problem as on today. The global GDP over the last 30 years was approximately about 3.5%. Recently, the forecast given by the World Bank for global GDP of 2025 is at an abysmal 2.3%, the lowest it's ever been, the lowest pace it's been since 2008, apart from, of course, the recession years. Uncertainties, mistrust, and attempts of one-upmanship is everywhere. The US constantly feels threatened by China for global supremacy. There is constant regional conflicts and instability with a clamor for elevated defense spending. Economic competition and protectionism have led to trade wars and competition for resources. Constant attempts to disrupt critical infrastructure and sow discord through either AI and disinformation is everywhere. And internal political instability and social unrest is commonplace as on today. It's only natural, therefore, that these have ripple effects across economies, securities, and therefore markets. There is a risk to global supply chains, and therefore commodity prices have gone sky high. The negative impact of GDP growth and inflation pressurizes central banks to balance the two. Market volatility is at its extreme high, and therefore investors are obviously risk averse. And hence, fund managers and money market players, such as most of us sitting over here, for us, this is one of the most challenging times. Hence, clarity is therefore required on some of these major issues like the status of US-centric unipolar world, the challenge to Western finance dominance, and we must remember that since January 25, the dollar is already depreciated by approximately 10%. How much can groupings such as the G7, BRICS Plus, the G20, NATO, SCO, etc., redefine global cooperation? What is going to be the impact of tariff wars on countries, industries, and sectors? What would be the role of cyber warfare in future wars? And what would be the expected defense spending by all the warring nations globally? And in this, is there any opportunity for India? With eminent leaders and strategic experts such as those we have on our panel today, we look forward to a very, very engaging and educative discussion on these issues and more. May I now request Ms. Akashika to introduce the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We now move to session 1, where we examine the geopolitical drivers shaping the world today. Before we begin, a gentle reminder to our speakers to kindly adhere to the allotted time of 20 minutes for their respective addresses. A warning bell will sound 2 minutes before the end of your speaking time to help you conclude appropriately. It is my pleasure to introduce our first panelist today. We are honored to be joined by Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, Sena Medal, former General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Army Training Command. General Shukla has commanded across the operational spectrum, from a medium regiment in the Eastern Theatre to brigade command in counter-insurgency operations to divisional command in the Kashmir Valley and later as corps commander in Bhatinda. In his staff appointments, he has served in the Military Operations Directorate at Army Headquarters, in operational planning and in instructional roles at prestigious institutions such as the School of Artillery and the Indian Military Training Team in Bhutan. He later served as Director General of Perspective Planning, shaping the Army's long-term capability development. Currently, General Shukla is a member of the Union Public Service Commission and a visiting fellow at the Center for Land Warfare Studies, continuing to contribute to national strategic thinking and policy formulation. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the first session, I invite Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Yuddha Seva Medal, Sena Medal to deliver his address. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, former Chief of Army Staff General Manoj Pandey, DG Claus General Dushyant Singh, MD AGIF, General Kemparaj, General Rakesh Sharma, soldiers past and present, investors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It's very excited to be in your midst. And as Kemparaj said, I look forward to a fruitful conversation. By way of preamble, allow me to make a few assertions. It is my view that crisis, conflicts, and wars have been linked intricately to business, commerce, and investments. It's a long-standing historical fact. From the Battle of Waterloo through the two world wars, the wars of 62, 65, and 71, which as Indians we are more familiar, Ukraine, and even the recent events in the Middle East, the mere prospect of conflict has moved interest rates, affected commodity prices, impacted supply chains, has also impacted personal fortunes. Yet, in the backdrop of what I've said, if there is one ecosystem that is severely underinvested in this whole business of geopolitical trends, geopolitical risk, the study of national security and technological futures, it is perhaps India. And we need to take note of this. I'll give you some examples. So there is a very famous ASPI technology tracker that does the round for strategic circuits, which gives you facts like this. So 2003 to 2007, in all these emerging technologies, AI, blockchain, quantum, this, that, and the other, the lone superpower USA led in 60 out of 65 USA, 2003, 2000. In China, very quietly does their diaspora strategy, 1,000 talents plan. By 2019 to 2023, China now leads in 57 out of. I have not seen a more dramatic inversion of technology leadership. Now, this is the lesser fact. The point that which should really wake us up is that why is such tracking of technology of China not done here in India, the Australian Strategic Policy Institute? Because we don't have a tradition like this. And if you track technology like this, and if you see the whole document, it will give you various insights on where you should invest, where you are lagging. And that is one reason why, because we don't take this long-term view of things. I think it was in the 1980s when Deng said, the Chinese leader, he said, so what if the Middle East has oil? We have rare earths. We all know rare earths, and the whole country is blessed with rare earths. China has taken the lead, it's become a rare earth superpower. It is using that to put Trump in place, and it has done it only because it has mined and processed it. The rest haven't done it. Because this whole business of engaging with technology, with geopolitics, that tradition is rich over there. Let me give another example. So last year or the year before last, there was a wonderful book called Chip Wars by Chris Miller, which is about the geopolitics of chips. Now, if you can write a 400-page book, not on the technology of chips, but the geopolitics of chips, you need a very different skill. That man is Chris Miller. Why does no Indian write on this? The geopolitics of chips, the geopolitics of space. This is a tradition we don't have. Henry Kissinger says that AI is just 10% technology. 90% is understanding the geopolitics, history, and the other drivers. In our case, whenever we talk of technology, it's about coding, and as if it just has the technology piece. Now, I'm not undermining that. I'm trying to tell you how we are underinvested in these other domains of these issues, the geopolitics of chips, geopolitics of space. The third example, last November, if you pick up the Foreign Affairs, there was one piece which drew my attention on total war. And when I read it, there's somebody who spent 44 years in the army, that piece just resonated with me. And it is written by a lady civilian by the name of Meera Khalil. I haven't even met her. But why do we not have such people who have investigated the impact of war, the economic linkages? So I'm pointing out to this fact that we are underinvested in this whole tradition of national security futures, technology, geopolitics. And unless we invest in it, we will not do well now that we are getting into the big league of great power competition. So this is one area which we really need to. And in fact, if I may say so, while Indian markets in the Indian ecosystem adjust pretty well to domestic policy uncertainties, particularly in an election year, the response to wider geopolitical risk in the international system is ambiguous, in fact, nebulous. So sweeping change is happening across the world. Very little is written in leading newspapers and all in these. And if I'm wrong in the question answer session, we can discuss it, but that is my view and something correct. And therefore, AGIF, this is wonderful news, with an investment size volume of 1,03,000 crores or $12 billion, that it should investigate this business of geopolitical risk is not only entirely appropriate, but a very welcome proposition. I hope this tradition deepens of, in studying, investigating geopolitical risk. It must widen and deepen across business, commerce, and national security platforms. So that is the first observation I wanted to make. Also, if Op Sindoor is any indication, India will have to plot its rise amidst multiple confrontations, crises, and conflicts. This is just the beginning. It is going to get tougher with China. So this whole business of geopolitical risk, we must deepen expertise in this whole business if we have to secure India's rise. It is not going to be a rise which will not be contested. As I said, this is going to be contested, and that's the whole challenge. India's economic zoom, if you ask me, I'm not an economist, but let me make this point, is a pretty high probability, is a pretty high certainty. I read this somewhere, I must share this with you. If you take the liberalization moments of China and India, so China liberalizes sometime in 1979, when Deng makes that famous statement, "It is glorious to be rich." And we did it in 91, 92 or whereabouts. Now, this is from some economist whose name I can't recall. He says that it took roughly 30 years for both India and China to hit the 4 trillion mark, which means the pace of organizational change, trials, learning, changing, we started late, but it has taken the same period to hit the $4 trillion mark. China moved to $19 trillion in the next 15 years. Now, India also, in the next 15 years, if we do very well, we may hit 19 trillion. If we don't, we may hit 14 trillion. If we do worse, it may be 8 to 9 trillion. But our economic trajectory is by and large sorted out. The worry, in my view, is that the one spoiler which could to our whole economic trajectory could be a national security reversal. 62, we were similarly placed. Our GDP was very almost similar to that of China. Our per capita incomes were higher. But a national security reversal put us back. And since 62, if you look at the strategic environment, it has gotten grimmer, it has got graver. The foremost challenge before Indian statecraft, in my view, is to secure India's rise. Not really the economy. I'm not saying it's a given, but that is pretty much sorted out. We need more reforms. It is the national security reversal which we must be more cautious about. And therefore, as I said, we must deepen our expertise in the domain of geopolitical risk to secure India's rise. With that as the preamble, how do I look at the globe? I'll just pick on 3 major trends which have drawn my attention. And I think that geopolitical risk in the future will revolve around these 3 key global metrics. One is that there has been a major geopolitical swivel across the globe. And we'll discuss what the nature of this swivel is. 2, there is a virtual technological tsunami. And I'm not using tsunami as an exaggeration. It is actually a tsunami if you see what's happening, which is sweeping the geopolitical landscape. And because of these 2, there are a few associated trends, and I'll just dwell briefly on all 3. The geopolitical swivel is what? I recall it was, I think, sometime in the 1990s when Bill Clinton said very famously that it was the economy stupid. And what he generally meant was that at the end of the day, in domestic politics, it's also in international affairs, all that mattered was the economy. If you got the economy right, everything was taken care of. So these conversations grew, very deep conversations in geoeconomics. The buzzwords, there were talks of prices, inflation, interest rates, deficits, trade, commerce, investment, banking, so on and so forth. These became the dominant notes in global conversations. In India too, such a trend became widespread. We've heard this, "Ladai nahi hone wali." That became the famous refrain, which in retrospect is untrue. And defense somehow got deprioritized. As I was a colonel, brigadier and all, the wise men in India told you, don't worry, kuch nahi hone wala. We'll take care of it. And defense got deprioritized. Today, I think geopolitics has swiveled majorly towards defense and national security. If at one time it was the economy stupid, today it is national security stupid. Look at the missiles, drones and missiles flying over the skies in Europe. Europe thought it was just the poor, uneducated Asians that fight. Today they are stuck in the midst of conflict. I have little doubt that we are headed for a hard new world, an era of deep-seated strategic uncertainties. Let me just pick 3 points from the 2025 Global Risk Report. It says that warfare today is the foremost threat to global stability. 10 years back or 15 years back, the CNC IPACOM, a field commander at the Indo-Pacific, said My worry is not China, climate change. Look at what the discourse was then. This is the IPACOM commander whose business is to take care of China in Taiwan. The global military expenditure has skyrocketed to a staggering $3 trillion. I think it's more, but this report recorded at $3 trillion. Civilian fatalities surged over 45% between 2024 and 2025 because of all that is happening in Europe. 45%. Now, this is how things have moved towards national security. Look at West Asia. Or let's first look at Ukraine. In Ukraine, you have all the technological stuff happening, but the blood and gore, trench warfare of World War I is back. That sometimes escapes our attention. The Russians have suffered more than 1 million soldiers dead or injured since February 2022 because of the meat grinder tactics they are adopting. The Ukrainians, 5 lakhs. And despite all this, if you look at the conflict, if you zoom in, there are some very marginal gains, and if you zoom out, it is a stalemate. So as I see the conflict, it is possible for Ukraine to lose, but it is impossible for Russia to win. That's how I look at it. And this grinder is only going to continue. It could be 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. And look at that wise refrain, ki ladai nahi hone wali. It's just going on. This is the swivel that has taken place in terms of national security from economics. West Asia, while Israel has successfully upturned the effects of the Soleimani genius, and taken care of the octopus and the proxy tentacles, we all know that Hamas, Hezbollah, despite all that, despite the B-2 strikes on Isfahan, Natanz and Fordo, the prospects of a nuclear Iran have only grown. All the BDA estimates tell you that the program has not been significantly put back. So the prospects of a nuclear Iran have grown, and therefore, in consequence, the prospect of existential conflict between Israel and Iran has only deepened. This is in West Asia. Look at defense expenditures. Japan and Germany are rearming. Memories of World War II. They are rearming vigorously. NATO, we all know, Trump has managed to push them to 5%, at least pledges. So it's 3%, 5%. Taiwan, 3%. Elbridge Colby is saying 10%. The Americans are pushing them. 10%. Japan and South Korea have been told to step up by 1%. USA is investing $175 billion on Golden Dome because of all these missiles and all flying across. With a $36 trillion debt servicing higher than $1 trillion, it is still upping its defense budget to $1 trillion. These are all trends which are happening. Look at this whole AI investment mania. Despite all the investments in AI, I'm just pointing to one geopolitical risk. 90% of NVIDIA chips come from TSMC. So NVIDIA has hit $4 trillion by way of market cap, but 90% of those chips come from TSMC. Look at the prospect of conflict in China, how it is growing. In these exercises that the Chinese are doing, in 2022, they committed 2 brigades. This year, they committed 42 brigades, 2 to 42. In 2022, they committed 1/3 of their amphibious capacities. This year, they committed 85% of those capacities. Admiral Paparo, CNC PACOM, has warned on more occasions than one. He says that these are not merely exercises, but rehearsals for attack. This year, the drills that Taiwan has done in response have been the largest in the last 2 decades. So all prospects of war breaking out. And if war does break out in Taiwan, if TSMC is destroyed or it falls into Chinese hands, what happens to the AI boom? What happens to companies like NVIDIA? And this is the geopolitical risk. There will be disruptions in trade, in the semiconductor industry, price rises in electronics, automobiles, chip-dependent products, which means everything, from drones to hypersonics. Supply chains will be affected. Estimates tell you that a blockade will cause a 5% drop in global GDP. If there's an invasion, there will be a 10% drop in GDP. The consequences may be a decade-long depression with countries scrambling to build their own capacities in chips. Look at what will happen to power projection. There are all signs that America is walking back from Asia. If you look at President Trump carefully, while he's willing to contest China economically and technologically, he is not going to contest them strategically, militarily. If America walks back from Taiwan, look at what is going to happen to American power projection in the Western Pacific. Many informed analysts tell you that it will be like the Suez moment for UK. And there was a precipitous decline in American power. And if America walks out of the Western Pacific, or if its power declines, what will happen to Japan? What will happen to South Korea? So stability, business. This is the kind of geopolitical risk that we are grappling with. So that is the first point I wanted to point out with these examples of a very major swivel from economics to geopolitics. The second thing which, at least draws my attention or draws my concern is this technological tsunami. In my view, technologies are driving geopolitics and national security like never before. If you look at these converging technologies, AI, robotics, semiconductors, quantum, they will end up creating a new set of strategic haves and have-nots. It's as simple as that. If you are not on the technology high table, if you are not on the technology bandwagon, it is little point that you are the third largest economy or the fourth largest economy. If you miss the AI bus, you are dead. So not only geopolitics, even technology seems to be trumping economics. This, to me, seems to be the new reality. Let me just reinforce this one example from the lens of AI. So look how fast the game has changed in AI. Just a couple of years back, it was about perception AI, images. Then it moved to generative AI, these large language models with phenomenal capacities in predicting languages. And now we are in the midst of reasoning AI. I'm quoting Eric Schmidt, who says, for the first time in history, a non-human intelligence tool will reason better than humans. Reason. We are not talking of mechanical stuff. Reason. And this is people like Eric Schmidt and all. 5 years, they say we are 5 years away from superintelligence. Superintelligence means where in most domains, AI will be more intelligent, reason better than humans. This is becoming a reality. AI is already impacting warfare in Ukraine. Hexit last week picked up two commands, Indocom and Eurocom, and said Microsoft will do large language models. Endural will do AI agents, and these capacities will come up. I mean, AI has become a reality. In India, I don't think we have woken up to this reality in this measure. Let me give you another piece of data. They say the smartest human being on earth, Einstein, he had an IQ of 160. ChatGPT 4, 155. ChatGPT 6, perhaps 1 year down the line, 1550. And by 2030 or 35, the dispute is only in the timelines, most AI experts are of the view that AI will be 1 billion times smarter than humans. Billion times. Let's look at DeepSeek. What should worry us about DeepSeek is that it has been made at 1/20th of the cost on Russian GPUs. And 70% of the 211 engineers that were behind DeepSeek have never moved out of China, which means AI talent is now homegrown. The innovations will come faster. And what should worry at least the military community much more is that out of these 211, 30 were from the PLA. So all those AI technologies are going to PLA. And DeepSeek is focusing, just 2 minutes, DeepSeek is focusing on research. QWin is doing commerce and business. And who's the man behind QWin? Jack Ma. So look at how DeepSeek and QWin are coming together and challenging America in AI. China has 238 large language models. We just gave orders, I think, to 1 or 2 for our large language models. What I'm saying, this whole tradition has to grow because let's ask, where are DeepSeek and QWin? I thought the IT brains were in India. Why did this IT expertise not translate to AI? Because of this larger tradition of not investigating these things in depth. And AI will have huge ramifications, economic productivity, strategic military prowess. They say in the Industrial Revolution, the lead beneficiaries of the Industrial Revolution, their GDP is accelerated by 10%. AI is going to be even more dramatic than the Industrial Revolution. So the lead nations, which frankly are just America and China, look at what's going to happen to the GDPs if any of this analysis is true. And the whole debate in India is going to regulation. Let's begin to create, run fast, innovate, and not get trapped in regulation. What has killed Europe is regulation. We need to build these capacities, and these kind of debates will push that stuff. Quantum, you can talk of China, there's no time. Let me just make my concluding remarks. So what will be the possible impact on India's strategic military futures or India's strategic techno-economic futures? I think geopolitical risk in the Indian context will be defined by the intersect of one, of course, the economic trajectory, two, the skill and agility with which Indian statecraft navigates its own rise amidst this unfolding contest between a challenged hegemon and a rising challenger. So this is all about diplomacy, agility, and statecraft, playing all this stuff well. Three, it is our gross technological prowess. And there, I mean, in all humility, we are really lagging. We need to pick up this whole speed and scale. Four, we have to create deterrence capacities. These debates are just not there in India. Look at how, despite all the help that Israel got, all the sophisticated help Israel got, how Iranians pierced their air defense, how Tel Aviv was hit, what is that place, Bat Yam was hit, Haifa was hit. The Chinese have a more formidable force. Why are these debates not there in India? We are absolutely vulnerable. Why I'm saying it is because national security is not just the military, it's just not the government. It has to go beyond that. The business and commerce have a vested interest in national security. If you are not secure, what will you invest? And if you take note of these geopolitical swivels and all, we need to upgrade our deterrence capacities by an order of magnitude because, and that's the last point, national security is becoming synonymous with economic prosperity. So it begins with economy stupid, it swivels towards geopolitics, and if you see one reason why China is ahead of all democracies, including India, it is because of their belief in what they call military-civil fusion. There is no difference in their economic outlook and their national security outlook. So that is something that we have to move towards. I'll just make two more appeals. India can do nothing unless we invest in R&D. And look at the data on R&D. USA spends $975 billion on R&D. $700 billion comes from the private sector. 700. China, $575 billion. We are $40 billion. The question is not why does the private sector not invest in R&D? Why does the private sector not see value in R&D? And if you don't spend on R&D, this Viksit Bharat Sharad is not going to happen. So this is, one of the appeals that I wish to make to you. Let's look at all things independently. We keep talking of strategic autonomy. Look at the evolving nature of the new security architecture. Israel would be nothing without all the help that came from USA. Pakistan gets all the capacities of Baidu and EW cyberspace on a platter. If we are going to nurse our strategic autonomy and keep away from everybody else, where are these technologies going to come from? And there is added trouble with Trump. But we have to find one partner who will give us these technologies. Or our national security, it's just beyond any country, it's beyond Israel. What are we going to do about it? And unless these questions are raised, there are going to be problems. There are other issues of defense budget and all. I don't think there's any time. So I'll just say these two things. I'll appeal to this kind of community here, investors, very learned economists, that you must invest in these foreign policy conversations, in the strategic military debates, so that India develops a sophisticated estimate of geopolitical risk. It is a subject of deep study. That tradition has to be developed. It will not happen overnight. If we don't do it, our rise may be endangered, and our economic prosperity must be endangered. And I think this is the right forum to make this appeal, that national security is everybody's business, more so of the investors in the business community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening and thought-provoking words. For our second speaker of this session, we have with us Lieutenant General Dr. Rakesh Sharma, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Vishishta Seva Medal, who retired as the Adjutant General of the Indian Army, having earlier commanded the prestigious Fire and Fury Corps responsible for safeguarding India's frontier in the high-altitude, sensitive Ladakh sector. Apart from an illustrious operational career, General Sharma has been a research fellow at the Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis and a fellow of the National War College, Nigeria, adding significant academic and international exposure to his professional profile. Currently, General Sharma serves as a distinguished fellow at the Center for Land Warfare Studies and regularly contributes to leading defense publications and academic discussions. He holds an MPhil from Madras University and a PhD from Meerut University and continues to shape defense discourse through research and lectures at prominent institutions. I now invite Lieutenant General Dr. Rakesh Sharma, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal for his address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Kind words. General Pandey. I had the pleasure of serving with him, so I remember fondly those times there. And then Raj Shukla, then Dushyant, then Bhavnish, my friend, then Kemparaj, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished all of you. I could smell the money. When I was meeting people there, you shake hands, I'm CFO this and a CFO that. You could smell money. When I left the chair, this institution which Kempa holds today was about 52,000 crores. He boasts of on 1 lakh and something crores now. And the way he's rising, it also speaks volumes about how India is rising. As an institution which has been named as one of the most conservative banks of India, the AGIF, this is how they have grown. And they are conservative, believe me. I think you have taken off now 30% in mutual funds, but then still very conservative. That's India. Now, I absolutely agree with what Raj Shukla says, always, but today especially, I have nothing more to add. But then I've been given some time. There's this gentleman called Charles Woodburn, who's the CEO of the BA Systems. He says, and recently, we see opportunities to further enhance our medium-term outlook as our customers address the elevated threat environment. Rheinmetall boss, Erwin Pepperger, he says security, as the current conflict is shown, is a bedrock of peace and freedom. Rheinmetall has a great obligation here. And Raytheon boss, George Hayes, says, I fully expect we are going to benefit from these wars. These are these people who are actually benefiting from these wars. And they are saying so, they are not mincing any words. They are the ones who run the government. The governments can come and go. They are the people behind the scenes. I just want to put across some few issues that the time available to me. First is, this is one of the most anarchic times of our life. Anarchic times, anarchic structures that we have seen. And historically, we have seen anarchic structures. What does anarchic mean in this context? Now, world has no authority left. There are states, and there is no big boss. There is no night watchman. There is nobody watching. Every state does his own business and gets on with it. That's the anarchic structure of the world today. The states who do not have the survivability capabilities and powers with them will be buried under it. That's the kind of anarchic structures existing in the world today. Best example, I'll give it, 2 examples. One is China. 1840s to 1940s, China was very weak country, extremely weak country. What happened? The Americans had them. The Europeans had British. You remember the Opium Wars? The Japanese had Chinese. 100 years of humiliation because it was a weak country. That's why they said we quietly develop. When we develop, we will rise, then we will talk on the same scale. And that's what they have done because it was a weak country. USSR was USSR. When USSR finished off, and it became a unipolar moment, a unipolar world, Bill Clinton decided to expand NATO. This is after making promises to Russia, Boris Yeltsin, those years, okay, I will not expand NATO, but he did expand. 94 he said, 99 he added Czech Republic, Hungary, By 2004, he had added Baltic states, Bulgaria, Romania. He expanded it. Why? Because Russia was a weak country. You are weak, then the rich, the anarchic world, they'll take advantage of you. And that is the moral of the story today, that you have to have the power behind to fight it out in this world. Otherwise, this weaker states will be roughshod on it. And this is what happens. What does the anarchic world do? It just makes sure that any competitor is not allowed to rise up. It makes sure that there are all whole lot of hurdles in the ways to develop. See what happens to President Lula recently. The BRICS finished. You all saw BRICS. BRICS, President Trump gets annoyed when you talk the word BRICS. And he's been annoyed at BRICS for a very long time. So there was a press note came out of the BRICS meeting. You all have followed it in the meeting. And, there was not a mention of the word United States in the entire write-up of BRICS. Nothing. But, of course, it was behind the scenes. So he made a statement. He says that we will wish to develop as a bloc and we wish to become a power to reckon with. And we do not require assistance from others. Next day morning, President Trump got up early morning, Truth Social, whatever he calls it, the X of his, and he says 50% tariffs on Brazil. Next day morning. It didn't take time. He just didn't wait time at all. At this time, there was no talk about a alternative currency to dollar. Because, India is the one which has been opposing the alternative currency for various reasons of ours. That same day, President Lula was back into on the rostrum like this and he said, I also endorse the 50% tariffs that President Trump has done and we lay similar tariffs across to the United States. This is today's world. You have to look into the eyes of the anarchic world and anarchic powers and say, I have the standing to stand on my own feet and develop ourselves. Otherwise, what happens is simply a good friendly gentleman will be called for a lunch across into the White House. Not too friendly. Now, how do we move forward from this one? This is an era of wars. This is not an era of no wars. 32 countries are at war today, Uppsala Index. And serious wars. We don't even know what's happening in Somalia. We don't even know what happens to the organization. There's something called GEMIN, which has come up in Mali and Mauritania and the West African countries. We don't even know these organizations, which countries are actually totally embroiled in warfare. This is an era of war. Why is this an era of war? Because there is no multilateral organization left to avoid wars, to seize wars. So what is this? This is an era of authoritarian conflict management. Jiski lathi, uski bhais. Aaj Iran ka mood kharab hai. It turns the missiles towards Pakistan and fires it. And Pakistan fires back the missiles. Other day Iran doesn't like it. He fires missiles at Iraq. You don't know who's fighting where. This is the era which is, of power. And power, I don't mean, power has plenty of matrix, but I don't want military power at all. It means the total gamut of powers here. So, let me come down to some few of the issues that I wish to raise. If there is this global order, if there was supposed to be a global order, that global order started dying by the turn of this century. Why? Because there was first the economic crisis that came up in Southeast Asia, which was single tiger economies. They went under just before turn of this century. Then as it happened, the Chinese were allowed into the WTO, turn of this century, Chinese rose up and then they came to be a 2008 crisis that was welcomed by the West on top of them, and it caused grave amount of damage across to America. Institutions that we used to be off. My son is working in Lehman Brothers. My son, I don't have a son. But all went under. Nothing was left. In 2008, the power of the financial sector was brought down their knees in 2008. India was frankly insulated. We are, as it is, mortgaged in different ways badly. Now, that is 2008. Then, lo and behold, came COVID. And COVID is not a question of the kind of anxiety the world has gone through COVID. It's the anxiety of refusing to provide vaccines to half the world by these powers who had the money to provide. It is the games that they played on the vaccine structures. That is it. And it's all question of money. They couldn't afford it. They could afford it. The president took 4 doses. The Africans could not have a single dose. That's COVID. This is the kind of the structures that we had. So in what we say in the course of last 25 years, the world has become totally selfish and self-centered. I would move forward and say that what are we moving towards? Now the people say, India has been saying quite oftenly that we are a leader of the global south. This is a multipolar world. From unipolarity, it has gone down to bipolarity to multipolarity. I'd say, why should I venture into these names here? How does it matter to me whether it's unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar? In which way it is has it changed? US is a $30 trillion economy. China is a $20 trillion economy. China rising at 5% rises at $1 trillion a year. Simple mathematics. United States with $30 trillion economy rising at 3% also rises by about $1 trillion a year. India, we are say a 4-point-something trillion dollar economy, and we are rising at 7% also. If we rise at 7%, we are just about making $300 million increase a year. The differential is not getting closer. When we say that there is multipolar world, these bipoles are not going out anywhere. The bipoles of United States and China will continue to rise economically, militarily, in any which way in times to come. When we say we become $14 trillion economy or $20 trillion economy, if all goes the way it is going, the United States and China, with minimal rise of their GDP, will be in $50 trillion or something like that. So the fact of the matter is that the bipoles are not going anywhere. They can be multiple centers. Now, what is multipolar world? We say we are leaders of global south. Global south, how many nations are in global south? And actually you can't count them. There is no, what we in the Forge say, you fall in, all global south fall in 2 lines. Let me count you. You can't count the global south like this. Somebody says it is 74 nations. People say 130 nations. Okay, we can keep counting, doesn't matter. Of the global south, 57 nations OIC. And lo and behold, despite the fact that we have very good relations with West Asia, any second day, they come out with a resolution anti-India. In June, they came out with a resolution anti-India, OIC. So when we say that, we are leaders of Global South, a substantial block of Global South is not with you. 57 nations of the OIC who get together every now and then, and they say whether you like it or not. So, you following wise. So, are we influential enough in the Global South? I would say that Chinese have much better influence, quietly done. 125 ports, port of Miami, port of Los Angeles, port of Piraeus, port of Hamburg. You name a port in the world, the Chinese are running it. It's not they're running the ports alone. They also run the logistics to the port. So when a container starts from Frankfurt and it goes to Hamburg for loading into the ship, the companies which are loading the containers in Frankfurt and taking it down to Hamburg and then loading into the ships all belong to Chinese. Total. So the Chinese know किस container में क्या जा रहा है, कहाँ जा रहा है, क्यों जा रहा है. Who's buying from whom? They own the logistics of the world. They have the influence. So they know India is selling item A to so-and-so country. Now they say, okay, we will make that item A in our country at a cheaper cost and sell it to that country. हम सस्ता दे रहे हैं. This is the games they play. So the fact of the matter is, if you say count influence by influence, the Chinese have done very good work in quietly making influence across the world. So when we say that there is going to be a multipolar world, if I have to be a pole, I ought to be, मैं मेरे को घंटी सुनाई दे दिया, I'm hard of hearing, don't mind me, na? Okay. So a pole, India is a pole, and we say we are a pole to be. Okay, I agree with what Jan Raj Shukla said. Yeah, if we have to be a pole, get on with be a pole. But what does pole mean? I mean, in my neighborhood, I am a hegemon. I don't like the word hegemon, but it's a fact. International politics says that a hegemony is part of international politics. We ought to have solid influence in a neighborhood. At least a neighborhood should say, we agree to what we are saying. A neighborhood wears sarees, the whole neighborhood wears sarees. And same language, same jokes also. Are jokes also as pathetic in all the countries around a neighborhood? Are comedies as bad? Or good? Sorry? Kapil Sharma. Okay. So the fact of the matter is that we ought to have, if you want to be a pole, you ought to have an influence along some kind of world or in the world. Then you say there is a multipolar world. That influence we have yet to reach, and we must aspire for. So that's my contention here, is that the multipolar, bipolar, unipolar, the bipolarity will stay. The American lead is there for some time at least, and the multipolarity has got some time to some distance away. There is also issue of multilateralism. Are we a multilateral world? Now the fact is that Mr. Guterres wanted to land up and see the plight of the people in Gaza. You say peace, 60,000 people were killed in Gaza, for whatever reason it is, immaterial, because of 7th October. But 60,000 people killed. The populations have moved from north to south Gaza to all these names we had never heard of. We have now become household names in Gaza. We thought Gaza was a small little pocket, but Gaza also had so many cities in between. The fact of the matter is that, you know, and yesterday, what has happened is, yesterday the Knesset has passed a law saying that the West Bank now hereafter totally belongs to Israel. Which multilateral organization is efficient enough to get up and say what you are talking is wrong and get away with it? So when the Secretary General says he wants to visit the West Bank and also visit Gaza, the foreign minister gets up and, the defense minister gets up and says, he is persona non grata in my country. This he is saying about UN Secretary General. What does it mean? That there is no locus standi left. You know, I can give you at least 20 quotes, and people have said, okay, United Nations, okay, fine, leave it be. I keep telling, I am on the board of USI, I keep telling them, yeah, Center for UN Speaking, we are spending money on it. But finally, the African Union, ECOWAS, ECOMOG, SARC, okay, SARC, we can talk about SARC sometime. China is making its own SARC without India, or wanting to make a SARC without India. So there is no organization. BRICS is an organization, but you know, finally, there are fissiparous tendencies in BRICS also. So I would say here that between multilateralism and multipolarity, two different words, two different things, there is much to see in future and to come through. Before I get the bell to hear me, I also want to talk a little bit about deterrence and the power. Unfortunately, we have to get the power. Firstly, we have to get the economic power. Without the economic power, we can't rise up to become a military power. Fortunately, our finances and the defense forces are not very good, but it has looked up substantially because our GDP looked up. Because the GDP looked up in the course of last 10, 12 years, we have also got a little more pie. We were not even getting this because GDP was so low. But of course, we are stagnant at less than 2%. And I absolutely agree with what General Shukla says, we need to pull up our socks into allocation of funds, but that's a separate issue. But the fact is that there is a issue out here about deterrence. Firstly, there is a deterrence, and before deterrence, there is something called deterrent. Do we have the deterrent to cause deterrability to our adversaries? An adversary, I'll say you simply, you know, the United States loves to maintain relations with the weakest country to which it can control and influence. It suits them. Whether it was, you can name a dictator in the world in last 7 decades, the United States were friendly with that dictator. Because it's so simple to deal with dictators. It is very difficult to deal with democracies. Democracies, you know, Pakistan is a country available which is weak, which has got nothing, but it is so geostrategically beautifully located that it matters to them. So the American relationship with Pakistan will remain forever. And Pakistan will also play both sides and maintain relationship, as rightly pointed out, with China. That comes to India. What is the deterrent we want? Was surgical strikes able to deter, or Balakot strikes supposed to deter? But finally, the adversary reaches a level where he finds that Indian deterrent is not sufficient to deter him. So what is the deterrent that we require to deter an adversary? And if we do not deter an adversary, then we can't economically and socio-economically rise to the level that we wish to rise. Viksit Bharat and Surakshit Bharat are wheels of the same chariot. What is the deterrent? Nuclear weapons. Simply say nuclear weapons. But what is happening to nuclear weapons worldwide? Jiski lathi uski bhains. A non-nuclear weapon power takes on and destroys 5 airfields of a nuclear weapon power, including the nuclear weapon delivery means. Ukraine. Look what Ukraine did to Russia. Went deep into their territory, took their drones and destroyed the aircraft which was supposed to carry, which were the strategic bombers supposed to carry the nuclear weapons. It's, you know, it's unimaginable. It's not hitting airfields. It's hitting their aircraft which was supposed to carry nuclear weapons. This is what the Ukrainians say, a non-nuclear weapon state hitting a nuclear weapon state. A nuclear weapon state firing at a nuclear weapon state Pakistan and vice versa. कोई न्यूक्लियर वेपन की बात नहीं कर रहा है, कन्वेंशनल चल रहा है. ईरान फायर्स एट क्रॉस at Israel. Israel devastated Iran. But what Iranians did was very minuscule, it was able to hit. What happened to Israel? The whole population went underground, you know, bunkers. So they don't like it. They want to be outside dancing disco. But you know, you can't have the whole population 12 days down underground. It was not liked out there. Haifa and Iran has got 29 airfields. The Israelis were able to hit 2-3 of them. Israel has got only 2 major airfields, Haifa and Tel Aviv. Both were stopped by Iranians. So Israel se aircraft band ho gaye. So the fact of the matter is that when you start comparing it, there is a non-nuclear weapon state, Iran, fighting a nuclear weapon state. Sum of the matter is, nuclear weapons have become a zero-sum game. It is because everybody says that, okay, nuclear weapons may not be used. And in any case, in a war, if a nuclear weapon is used, war finishes there and it is devastating in nature. But conventional wars, you can't guarantee when the war will finish and what will be the end of the war and who will be victorious. So the fact is, there is currency of power which has come out outside the realms of nuclear arsenals. And that currency of power comes out into what, again, General Shukla was saying, in the manner of missiles, hypersonic, precision missiles, cyber. If I'm hit at a terrorist attack in Pahalgam next time, will we do a Sindoor again? Good question. We can't do anything much economically. Pakistan doesn't buy anything from them. So what will we do? If we do something to Chinese, Chinese will stop economically. As it is, they have made life difficult for us now, not giving us tunnel boring machines and urea. And earlier also they did some problems with us. So there is an economic issue with Chinese. They can do Chinese have a ustads in economic coercion, but we can't do economic coercion to Pakistan. So what do? Do we go back into striking the same 9 or 13 airfields that we did last time? They'll be expecting it. Now they'll be prepared to ward off this threat which came out this time. So what we have to go to an information age warfare. Where economy comes in? Where it is essential for us to reach a level that we can take on cyber offensive of a kind which will be debilitating. Russia did a cyber offensive against Estonia in 2007. It brought the country down to knees because they were removing a statue of Stalin or something. Or space or counter space or hypersonic weapons, or many other ways you can target the banking sector and sort it out by cyber offensive. So we have to have new era weaponry, or as we call it, information age weapons. Those are essential. That is part of the industry and not part of the armed forces. So we have to start thinking in a manner that there is this anarchic world, our neighbors will be prodded along to make sure a pole called India doesn't rise so simply. It's not a conspiracy theory. This is how great powers work. You read the books on great powers. A great power makes sure that a competitor power in any part of the world is not allowed to rise economically, informationally, diplomatically, or you dime or whatever you call it, in any which way. And if that's the kind of world we are living in, and it's a fact that we are kind of world we are living in. Why haven't we signed in 6 months of trade a trade negotiation? The trade negotiations are being so tough. We are signing with UK, but we have not signed with the United States as yet, because and they are now saying there will be a mini trade deal, because the major trade deal is difficult. It's a very difficult world, because in any attempts should be made to make sure that our rise is actually checked in one form or the other, and we have much to gain. So time ho gaya na ma'am? Achha, I could see the eyes. So my issue is that we have to rise technologically in a manner that we have become a nation to reckon with. Otherwise, on our own side, we will be made sure our northern neighbor doesn't have to fight us. It just has to prod the western neighbor to keep troubling us in any form. And if it does so, there will be many cleavages, many fault lines that can be found in India, which can be troublesome, and we need to be cautious about it. Every nation to rise up has to do on its own 2 feet, and that's the world we are living in. This is the future of our economic order, and this is the future of a global world order. That is where we have to fight it out. I will rest here and look forward to questions later. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very compelling address. Our final speaker for this session is none other than General Manoj Pandey, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADC, former Chief of Army Staff. General Pandey has had a distinguished career in the Indian Army, spanning some of the most critical operational roles. Prior to serving as the Chief of Army Staff, he was the Vice Chief of Army Staff, the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Eastern Command, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Andaman and Nicobar Command. His leadership includes commanding the Gajraj Corps, overseeing sensitive operations on India's Eastern Front, and pivotal roles such as Chief of Staff, Southern Command. General Pandey is also the first officer from the Corps of Engineers to rise to the position of Army Chief, marking a historic milestone in the Indian Army's leadership profile. His vast operational, strategic, and technical experience brings a unique perspective to today's discussion. I now request General Manoj Pandey, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, ADC, former Chief of Army Staff, to share his views. Over to you, sir.
Esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and Jai Hind. At the outset, I wish to thank the MD AGIF, Mr. Vikas Mathur of the Aditya Birla Group, General Dushyant, the DG Clause, for hosting this extremely timely and important discussion and inviting me to speak. As you heard, we meet today at a time of tectonic shifts in the global order. The evolving geopolitical landscape, which is characterized by change, is unfolding at an unprecedented scale and speed. The churn in this landscape has set into motion a chain of events as well as some new trend lines which have a direct bearing on our security environment. The international system faces a key inflection point where various actors are trying to reshape the global order, and you heard of it from the previous two speakers. As far as we are concerned, while unsettled borders remain a threat to our territorial integrity and sovereignty, internal security challenges continue and more diverse threats are emerging simultaneously. The focal areas reshaping our defense priorities are the PLA's assertiveness along the LAC and in South China Sea, developments in the immediate neighborhood, instability in Iran, the Israel-Gaza conflict, Houthi disruptions in the Red Sea, and the Russia-Ukraine war. Closer home, while Jammu Kashmir, Northeast, and the LW zones have stabilized to an extent, however, there remain potential flashpoints requiring vigilance and close monitoring. The Pakistan-China nexus poses a persistent threat, both in the conventional as well as proxy war domain. The West's muted responses to conflicts worldwide reinforces the doctrine of self-reliance, where India must build independent capabilities across the DIME paradigm. And on these two issues, the previous speakers also deliberated upon. In all of this, the centrality of national interest and the growing salience of national security in the international system is increasingly visible when today nations are willing to resort to hard power to secure their national interests. All these developments are profoundly impacting India's security domain, and in this challenging environment, India must recalibrate not just to deter threats, but to convert insecurity into opportunity. As a nation, we have envisioned and taken up the resolve to emerge as a developed nation when we celebrate the centenary milestone. The foremost implication for the armed forces, therefore, is to ensure that the nation's security is not impacted in any way so that its progress continues unabated. Continuous evaluation of security threats and challenges, taking proactive measures for capability enhancement, adaptability, and a holistic approach to national security clearly stands mandated. The Indian Armed Forces must transform themselves into modern, agile, adaptive, technology-enabled, self-reliant forces to be able to deter and win wars in a multi-domain operational environment across the full spectrum of conflict so as to effectively meet our future security challenges. You also heard the previous speaker talk of the character of war having undergone a profound change. Modern warfare, I must say, has continuously evolved, with technological advancements shaping its conduct. These changes, from a military perspective, have brought greater lethality and destruction in war fighting and blurred the lines of conflict, with direct warfare being replaced by forms such as the hybrid war or grey zone tactics. Concurrently, the conventional instruments of war, the guns and the tanks, have undergone notable technological progression. Long-range precision fires have proved that distance does not any longer guarantee safety. We have seen improved battlefield situational awareness through fusion of number of sensors and easy access to open source intelligence and satellite links. New technologies have made the battlefield more transparent and an interconnected ecosystem with the conversion of the physical and virtual domains. Air no longer remains the exclusive preserve of manned aircrafts, with proliferation of drones, loiter munitions, and man-unmanned systems, and some of it we saw during the recent 88 hours conflict off Sindhu. Disruptive technologies are blunting conventional combat ratios. Critical technologies like cyberspace and artificial intelligence are making new warfighting tools available. Overall, the battle space has become more complex, contested, and lethal. Information warfare or information operations have assumed a whole new dimension. Competencies and strategies need to be put in place to win the battle of narratives to dominate the cognitive space. Grey zone aggression is increasingly becoming the preferred strategy of conflict prosecution because it aims to achieve strategic objectives through indirect, ambiguous, and deniable means. Technology, from a warfighting perspective, has undergone significant evolution over centuries. And history has shown that armies that have managed to adopt and integrate new technologies have gained advantage on the battlefield and achieved success. While it is the new strategic arena of geopolitical competition, we must also realize that emerging technologies are no longer superpower-centric and are available to many nations and even non-state actors. The importance of technology was again talked about by the previous two speakers. Technology infusion mandates source identification, absorption, adaptation, and innovation. It is essential for us to harness indigenous competencies and capacities in core technologies such as AI, machine learning, quantum, cyber, biotechnology, energy, and space, and catalyze their convergence for defense needs. Technology infusion by itself is not good enough or adequate. It will impact our force structures, manpower, staffing, and require interoperability with our existing systems. Achieving and sustaining competency threshold of our soldiers, airmen, and sailors, and evolving corresponding tactics, techniques, procedures into our warfighting systems will be crucial, just as will be the adoption of or modification or updation of our doctrines, operating concepts, philosophies, and training. Atmanirbharta and self-reliance in meeting our defense need as a strategic imperative was underscored by recent events on the geopolitical landscape when the impact of external dependency for critical components and supply chain disruptions adequately came to the fore. In my opinion, the basic requirements of an efficient and productive defense industry manufacturing ecosystem, that is resource allocation, enabling government policies, the market demand, competition, and level playing field have been put in place. Consequently, an indigenous defense manufacturing ecosystem has taken shape and is showing good results. The Indian defense industry, on its part, is investing significantly into research processes, modern production techniques, and producing cutting-edge military hardware. Linkages among the academia, R&D establishments, industry, and the users, that is the defense forces, are critical for this ecosystem. It is through this integrated network that we can develop core competencies in critical technology and production of key defense systems. The driver for the whole effort has been provided by the government's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, with a comprehensive push towards indigenization through supportive policies and positive affirmative actions. Strategic partnership models and successive positive indigenization lists have catalyzed domestic defense participation across key military platforms. The DRDO and Indian private manufacturers are collaborating well and have stepped up their efforts significantly. Reforms to the DRDO and incentivizing defense R&D spending are positive steps. Let me talk about the vibrant startup ecosystem. This system, comprising close to 200 defense technology startups in a country, in conjunction with the MSMEs, which are critical to large industries as ancillary units, today present myriad opportunities for capacity enhancement of the domestic industry. Leveraging MSMEs and defense startups as part of the Atmanirbharta pursuit must remain a constant endeavor. The setting up of defense industry corridors in UP and Tamil Nadu, aimed at enhancing country's defense capabilities by establishing defense manufacturing hubs, has been one of the significant and ambitious initiatives. These can be game changers in terms of boosting local economy, creating jobs, and attracting investments. We must realize, however, that our warfighting systems are a mix of vintage, current, and the state-of-art technologies. With the evolving indigenous capacities, focus and emphasis on technology, and keeping the budgetary allocations in mind, we should be able to move towards achieving the right balance between the three, and then focus on integration of new systems with the legacy ones. Dual-use technologies have the potential for developing innovative solutions in the defense sector. India's technology ascent in recent years is due in large measure to its focus on incentivizing innovation. Indian innovators have been able to break the glass ceiling and are working on many niche and disruptive technologies. Innovation, therefore, must become the cornerstones of modern defense strategies. The ability to adapt, innovate, and stay ahead of adversaries is extremely important. Therefore, fostering a culture of innovation, including within the defense forces, is not just desirable but necessary. We also need to give a push to fail-fast innovation models, where R&D programs are encouraged to take calculated risk and iterate rapidly. To encourage infusion of cutting-edge technology in the defense sector, the Innovation for Defense Excellence scheme was launched by the government sometime in 2018, and then it was followed by IDEX Prime and what they call as Aditi. In my view, the initial results in all these three are encouraging, but much more needs to be done to reduce timelines for development and making the process more responsive and agile. It is also my observation that while the defense industries, startups, and the services are able to understand each other much better, the academia and research institutes need to step in more actively to contribute meaningfully in the R&D and leverage niche technologies for defense use. India's space sector is at the cusp of historic transformation, driven again by a dynamic startup ecosystem and forward-looking government policies. The establishment of InSpace, a regulatory body for private sector, has accelerated progress and contributed a great deal. The allocation of 31 out of 52 space-based satellite program 3 satellites to startups is further empowering this burgeoning sector. In my view, space is the new frontier of defense applications with huge potential for exploitation by the industry. The revival and strengthening of the defense sector has been one of the priority areas of the government. Ongoing reforms and efforts to energize defense production include acceleration of indigenous capital acquisition projects and simplifying defense procurement process, deeper integration of dual-use technologies, reforms to DRDO, and structural overhaul of the quality assurance regime under the DGQA. The Make in India program under 3 categories is not only strengthening defense production, but also has the potential to make the global defense supply chain resilient, flexible, and insulating manufacturing from global supply shocks. Currently, there are 55 projects involving 355 industries worth 1.3 lakh crores under the Make category, currently at different stages. To position India as a credible exporter of defense products, fostering research and development, and partnership between Indian industries and foreign OEMs for knowledge sharing and resource integration in key areas like fighter jets, submarines, and helicopters is a prerequisite. The Development Cum Production Partner, or DCPP program of the DRDO, allows private firms to co-develop weapon systems from the design stage, ensuring early integration and higher indigenization context. The defense industry in India is on the verge of massive expansion. And let me give you some figures. The government has reserved 75% of the defense budget for procurement from defense companies. Defense production has risen from rupees 40,000 crore in 2014 to over 1.47 lakh crore in the last financial year, with a target of 3 lakh crores by 2029. Likewise, our defense exports have increased from rupees 686 crores in 13-14 to close to 23,000 crores in 24-25, a rise of 21,000 crores and a 30 times jump in the last 10 years. Defense products are now being exported to over 100 countries, and the volume is expected to reach 30,000 crore in 25-26 and 50,000 crore in 2029. The emergency procurement sanction granted over 6 tranches by the government to the armed forces from 2020 onwards to meet emergent operational requirements has proved to be a big boon in enhancing their operational readiness. While providing a good opportunity to the industry and startup, it has enabled the defense forces to test and validate new technologies and capacities of indigenous defense manufacturers in terms of quality and timelines. The defense acquisition procedure needs to be streamlined, made simpler, and time sensitive without impacting integrity of the process. It should facilitate technology transfer and knowledge sharing between the defense sector and civil industries and promote public-private partnership by improving ease of doing business. Ensuring faster award of contracts, greater visibility to the industry regarding procurements on the anvil, and all-round efforts to deliver projects and fulfill contracts on time will help greatly. The focus has to be on reducing industry barriers for new players and technologies, not offering undue incumbency advantage to existing players, providing a level playing field and transparency. In a sense, this ecosystem has to become adaptive, agile, at the same time be capable of responding quickly to the changing nature of warfare. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that India stands at strategic crossroads. The challenges are complex, the threats are evolving, but so are the opportunities. If we align our strategic vision and technological advancement and industry capacity, India can secure not just its sovereignty and territorial integrity, but its place on the global high table. Indian armed forces stand at a pivotal moment in the transformation journey and must align their efforts with the national vision and objectives. I'm confident that we can build a stronger, more secure India through the power of next generation defense technology and Atmanirbharta. Swadeshi-karan se Sashakti-karan and indigenize to modernize, in my view, should be the mantra. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, General Pandey, for your comprehensive assessment. We will now open the floor to the question and answer session. Members of the audience are kindly requested to raise their hand if they wish to ask a question. Please briefly introduce yourself before posing your question. A member of the organizing team will assist you with a microphone. We encourage you to keep your questions concise, please.
Good evening, sirs. My question, within the constraints of the budgetary constraints, self-reliance, technology transfer, R&D, innovation, what is the right mix for India right now? Because 2% of GDP, though the absolute quantum of money increases, but still comparatively it is much lesser than our adversaries.
So see, my view is this. The military component of the power differential with China is $450 billion annually. That's a fact. What do we do about this? One is, when we say that given the budgetary constraints, what are the constraints? Is there anything more valuable than national security, sovereignty? Just take your mind back to 7th, 10th May. I mean, did anyone say that money was a problem? Nobody said. I'm saying we have no constraints. Our constraints are in our mind. Last month, in the Times of India, there was a young Indian economist who wrote an article saying that this myth which has been propagated, that defense is unproductive, and he was quoting the American Economic Review and all, he categorically said that if you spend 1 rupee on defense, you add 1 rupee to the GDP. Now, there are economists here. He was saying the fiscal multiplier is close to 2. He said, you have no choice. So we have to find the money. And it is also a myth that defense is unproductive. When Trump talks of $175 billion for the Golden Dome, he enunciates the strategic imperatives, but he says they'll bring jobs here, industry will come here. This is what will happen. So I'm saying the way geopolitics has swiveled, our economy needs to swivel and create those national security structures which will aid what we need to do. So the primary point I'm making is that we have to find the money. Now, how do you find the money? It can't be all of a sudden. So increase it. There have been many proposals, 2, 2.5, 3% of the GDP. I'm saying give the CDS $500 billion over 8 years. And say, here are your $500 billion, 8 years. China has $450 billion 1 year. And create these capacities. Let me say today, look at these. There are existential threats. Just give me 2 minutes. So look at stealth-enabled defensive air power. Pakistan is going to get J-20s or J-35s. It is going to get HQ-19s, which means your BrahMos will be intercepted. He's getting the KJ-500 in 6 to 7 months. You have to find stealth platforms. What use is for our economy $4 trillion is $0.38 trillion if we can't find money for defense? Your cities are unprotected. You have to upgrade your AD topology.
a drone missile force, so on and so forth. So I'm saying this debate that has, taken root in India, that we don't have the money for defense, is a false debate. You have to find the money for defense. And that's my response. And within that, now money is not the only issue. Now this is the larger point which we have to self-introspect. If 11 years down the line, DRDO reforms are not complete, 11 years down the line, we are walking back from theaterization. 11 years down the line, I'm telling you now, the startups started very well. They are plagued with regulation. It is all our fault. If you don't do all this, see, and let me make one last point with China, which is our principal threat. See, the Chinese are biologically 5 feet tall by what they do and what we don't do. Look at that. I gave you that example of technology. They did it. We could have done it. We haven't done it. He becomes 8 feet tall by what he does. And by what we don't do, all this that we are not doing, he becomes 11 feet tall. So geopolitics is extremely brutal. It is extremely unforgiving of those that are negligent of national security. And India, unfortunately, is in that phase where we have a grimmer neighborhood than Israel. So we must wake up to this reality and move the debates the other way around. We have to find the money for defense and just not keep saying that, we don't have the money for defense. That's, in my humble view, that's what we need.
May I? Now, I agree with what General Shukla said. Let me try another tack on this one. There have been historically asymmetrically weaker nations which have won over asymmetrically larger nations. What happened between, say, Vietnam and China, or Vietnam and United States, or what Americans came through in Afghanistan. There are many ways to tackle an asymmetrically larger nation and very important nation. The best way is that we get 4% of the GDP and we rise to that level. Can we wait for AMCA to come in 2035? Can we see on 22nd of April morning, when we got up, we didn't know we will be nearly on a war with Pakistan in 12 days. But in 12 days, we nearly reached a war level, and it is 12 days, it could be 2 days also. So you can't guarantee that nothing is going to happen in the interim till AMCA comes up and the Air Force is able to get whatever squadrons it needs. We have to be prepared tomorrow, or maybe in 2 years or 3 years. So how do we do this? And if to do this, we have to now plan to fight a symmetric battle. We have to learn to fight on the weaknesses of an adversary, not on his strengths. Now we count his weaknesses and we say our method of war fighting has to change. The question is not of what rightly brought about on R&D and all those things matter, and eventually they will lead us to it. But the interim, in the interim, if I start counting, and General Dushyant is, got photogenic on YouTube. If we count 10 weaknesses of China, 10 vulnerabilities, and we say we fight on those 10 vulnerabilities, and we create the deterrent for that 10 vulnerabilities, and not deterrent across the board, which we want, then that is how to fight. That's doctrine, that is strategy. If you give me everything that I want and tell me to fight China, then anybody can fight, then you don't require journals. The art of journalship is to fight with an adversary when you have your hands tied behind your back. When the nation feels that the importance of socio-economic development is far more. If I were to do something 2020, I finished here, and the Chinese came and tapped on the door. I don't like the word friction points. I think we underplayed the whole thing by calling it friction points. But what the Chinese did in Eastern Ladakh, and I know Eastern Ladakh, any nation worth its salt would have increased the GDP by 0.5% and brought us to 2.5%. Any nation. Because there was a big bugbear tapping on your doors and nearly boxing your patrolling rights across on the on eastern Ladakh. But we didn't do it, yeah. We didn't do it in 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25. Despite the fact that the Chinese are sitting still there with such large potential across the borders, we still stuck to 1.95% of GDP, of which 0.5% goes to me. Pension bhi aati hai na, humne bhi roti khani hai na. So we have to actually get a blank paper and write the strategy as to how we will fight an adversary, even when the government doesn't give you the money. That is journalship.
I'll just add on to what General Sharma was saying. And in fact, at the tactical level, like he said, you identify, realistically, you can't play catch up in everything that you want to, because perhaps that is not possible, if I may. So you identify which are the areas where you're strong, where you're weak, and try and strengthen your make your strength stronger and mitigate your weaknesses at the tactical level. At a bigger picture, I feel, so we keep saying that China in AI is so many times, so many years ahead of us. So can we pick up some technologies of the future, right? And then constitute maybe a task force, some mission mode, put all the bright minds together, give them the right financial support, the right industries, and come up with these solutions maybe in the next 5-6 years. So this is one approach. You also asked about Atmanirbharta, and I did mention in my remarks, while there's lots being done, but I feel we need to move beyond taking these incremental steps. You need to leapfrog, if not pole vault. So there have to be some major policy changes. I have been talking of things like national champion, wherein you identify select industries, give them all the wherewithal, create enabling policies for them. So they will not only meet your defense or domestic requirements, but they will then become global players. So that is one aspect. So there has to be some major things we need to do. Incremental steps will not, in my view, help that much. Technology and innovation, another important field. So on one hand, we say that there are technologies available in the commercial field. There are indeed, The trick is, how do you get those technology into the military domain in a very short time? So we say there is innovation potential, there are bright minds, IITs, and the rest of it, startups. So how is it that we need to get them into the defense system to meet our requirements? Now, in my view, I did mention in my remarks, the industry and the defense forces now are knowing or understand each other much better. What I have realized or what I felt was the academia, the research, R&D, the IITs, the rest of it, they are slightly still not fully on board. So it is high time they get integrated. So unless your academia, research, R&D, the military and the industry come together, and the government policies, because they are the ones who will make it happen. So that is the key. Recently I was there in IIT Bombay, so they said, we have the end user, and who's got to convert that technology into product is the industry. So we have to get this equation and this synergy right. So that is my small comment on this. Thank you.
Sir, I'll take my time. My DNA is civilian, so excuses and apologies for being maybe uncouth and not as up to the mark as most of the generals here. A small introduction, since I've been asked to do it, and it'll make more relevance. I have an engineering and a manufacturing background, having worked for Japanese, British, American organizations for the global strategic and executive levels. So I've competed in the global markets with the Chinese, with the Japanese, the Americans, and as a bunch and team of Indians, the kind of acclamations that we have achieved are noteworthy. I've also been very fortunate to work to a very limited extent with DRDO and for the Indian Railways, and so I'm quite familiar with the Indian bureaucratic structure as well.
What was amazing today, listening to all of you, was the kind of strategic and executive, understanding of what is required, where we are, and what we need to do. But the one thing that still bothers me is how. Right from the beginning, I have been cajoling industry leaders, because in all the startups, the youngest also manages to get in touch with the promoters. And kind of cajoling, persuading, or influencing them to why don't we design anything on our own? And the standard answer across the various territories of the country by promoters was, it's cheaper to get it from there. Why bother? To the extent that even whatever development that I did, or working with the Italians, with the British, we as Indians have modified and improved their designs of technology to substantial levels. And of course, we never got the recognition, leave alone the accolades for that. They all changed the technology based on our inputs and our feedback in our designs, and said, well, they have upgraded their systems. So what really is missing, sorry for being blunt here, is our character. We are only and only governed by fear and greed. We rarely create principles, leave alone stand by them. The democracy, the having the freedom of speech and thought and expression on empty stomachs and uncovered bodies, unsheltered homes, maybe appeasement for some, but where the political system itself is such a mess that anti-national forces are at large to an extent which is unimaginable, where even our entrepreneurship or our organizations, yes sir, has to be sorted out by Mossad. So I want your intellectua to also please elaborate or enumerate on how to do it. Whatever you have specified is the requirement or the need. Wherever we are, with our capabilities and competence and challenges or opportunities, how to fulfill this gap. And if democracy, be it an impediment to the thing, then is there some strong leadership which should take over? Because all the private sector and everybody needs a strong command and a unidirectional force and focus for the national interest.
We agree with you, sir.
Can I just make 3 good points? If you are arguing for a strong leadership, I mean, you look at the current Prime Minister, I don't think we've had a stronger Prime Minister in years. Now, your questions are right. Why are not things happening at the pace that they should? So now see, this is a good audience to reflect on this. In the first phase of my career, we often blamed politicians for not understanding national security, for not delivering on it. Let's ask honestly. In the last few years, the politician is telling you make theatre commands. We are saying we need more time. The politician is telling DRDO to reform. Who more senior than Chairman DRDO to reform? Why can't you reform? Who more senior? I mean, there's a chief here. We're all guilty of that. Who beyond us will reform? So the politician is no longer to blame. The senior leadership, military, civil, technological, administrative, is unable to do this. Now I'll tell you how they are not happening. Some good news, some bad news. One area which I have seen very carefully is the startups. I can tell you today there are 10 startups in India. We have the talent who will give you the technologies that you need on the LAC, space, this, that, and all. They have run into regulation trouble. What exactly happened in the MOD that when the budgets increased, say now Aditi went to 2,500 crores, the tendency to bring checks into the system have led to so much regulation that these very startups are not getting orders. And talent finds a way to survive. So all these startups, because they are good, are being given orders by US Spacecom, somebody in Europe, somebody in Japan. He's getting the order. We are missing it because we cannot get our regulation piece right. So now there are other reforms, and these reforms pertain to our civil servants and all. For years we have encouraged not taking risk. Now we have to reward taking risk. For years they have moved files. They have to now see that moving files is not good enough. You have to win the strategic competition with China. I'll just give you one example of what the China is doing, and this is how we have to step up our game. If we step it up, everything can be done. If we don't step it up, there'll be consequences. So just look at this one example, which is, absolutely a standout example. I'm told China looks at one technology every 10 years. And that technology, the focus for it is laid by the Politburo, no less. So 10 years back, they picked on batteries. Now, if you say India made batteries, say the Prime Minister says, people will make memes out of it by the evening. Look what they do. In batteries, in the university system, General Pandey was referring to this, military civil fusion across the board. They designed 450 courses in batteries. Battery chemicals, battery alkaline, this, that, and the other. They create a university in central China on batteries. Align it to the PLA Academy of Military Sciences. Now does it surprise you that BYD pushes Volkswagen out of the car market? And those same batteries go into your submarines, into your AD systems. Exactly this. Now my last argument is this democracy argument. Now democracy cannot be an excuse for all this stuff. How is it that a closed society is thinking better than you? Why is this open society at least not thinking better than them? We just have to shed our own laziness. If we shed our own laziness of thought, all this regulation kind of stuff, we'll deliver. It's as simple as that. That's not happening. Not happening at the pace and scale that it should.
So I'll just take a very short while. So I look at it slightly differently. I mean, you highlighted all the problems. Perhaps I gave some solutions. Even if you say they're theoretical, it's not happening at the pace desired. But yes, my point is that there are a number of stakeholders, and I have been telling to my people that, look, you play your part well, right? In this whole system, the defense forces as users, right? We have to, in terms of facilitating things, I've been saying that, look, you have to move away from a buyer-seller relationship with the industry to one of partnership. Now, some people, when I said this, didn't sort of like it, but each one of us, the military, the defense forces, the industry, the academia, the government, if we play our part well, I think this whole, what all the initiatives that are taken will work. I've seen it happen in my career, and I do find there is a lot of energy, there is a lot of positivity, and maybe the pace needs to be faster. But yes, that realization has come in. There are opportunities that are there, not only to meet your domestic requirement, but also be exporting outside. So I think there is a lot of traction. I see a lot of positivity, and we need to just, each one of us, do our bit well. That's what I feel.
Mike.
I'll be brief. Past energy sector professional, but now taking a keen interest in natural resources. Sir, my question and observation is that probably the globalization is something which has come to hit back at nations. Just us, America is realizing it big way. Sir, Shukla, you mentioned about the vulnerabilities. For instance, America has understood the vulnerability of creating this TSMC monster. I mean, such a giant. And the world is held ransom to 5 to 10% of GDP. You sent one single company. And America is inward looking now, so it's not going to protect Taiwan anymore. So that's the kind of vulnerability that we are dealing with. America is no longer protected by both the oceans, the missiles ranges have increased. That's we have suddenly, along with the nations like America, realized the vulnerability on rare earth, which was always there. It's amazing that we did not realize, and China has worked on it for such a long time. And most recently, I find America, the defense industry, they have noticed one single company called MP Materials in America, which is a rare earth company. And they have now, the defense industry has earmarked a lot of money behind that tiny, small American company just to make it. And the question is, what are we doing? I mean, we don't have an escape from rare earth, and we are critically dependent on China, of all people, for rare earth. Now, if we were dependent on oil to the Middle East, and lo and behold, there was a technology 10 years back, shale technology, which happened, and it opened up America as a source for our oil. But there's no escape from so there's no such technology which is happening, which is going to take away our dependence on China. So the whole world today, moving away from globalization, has realized the critical dependence on adversaries. And that's the situation we are in. My question is, if you can kindly reflect on this kind of sad dependence on, on our vulnerabilities.
So, I mean, see, China is the big problem. You talked of globalization. Let's deal with what we are facing. And I'm time and again saying that you have to attend to the realities which face you. Look what China is doing. China, very smartly, despite all that, the edge it has in terms of defense spending, and just let me tell you, its military modernization is the most massive in the history of mankind. There's no time to elaborate. That's how its military modernization is. Having done that, see what they are doing strategically. They are creating problems on your western horizons. Pakistan, Turkey, terror. They have now started creating problems on your eastern horizons. Bangladesh, all that talk you heard of landlockedness, Lal Monerhat, it's not innocent. The Turkish defense minister, the Turkish defense industries minister has traveled to Pakistan and Bangladesh twice in the last 1 month. The DGISI has traveled to Bangladesh 4 times in the last 2 months. So I'm time and again saying that we are in a phase where our national security realities are grim. We better wake up. 400 ship navy, it's going to be in the IOR 10 years from now, and in geopolitics 10 years is a short time. General Pandey pointed to Ukraine. And see, we have to just improve our metrics. 3 years down the line, we have seen what's happening in Ukraine. We have to ask ourselves the honest question that do we have all the capacities that have been created in Ukraine? No. We should have done better. We are in peace, a great peace dividend. Look what others are doing and what we are not doing. I'll just give you 2 examples. Drones. So Ukraine this year has said 8 million drones. This is more than the artillery they fired last year. Gunners like me have to eat humble pie. Armor maneuver has declined, is not happening. Drones have become a strategic air power. Why could we not do this in the last 8 to 10 years? Now that is the strange thing. So the other argument which says that we should not be so despondent. I'm not being despondent at all. I'm encouraging all of us to do more because China is doing it, USA is doing it, Ukraine is doing it. Why are we not doing it? And if you don't do it, then there will be consequences. And the unfortunate tragedy is that China is not tucked away in some part of Latin America. It's here and now. And it is a grim challenge. And there are ways of doing it now. You can't produce this. So I've been saying that there are a lot of technologies which you can give along the proof deterrence there. As far as the larger challenge is concerned, it has to be détente. But what is unfortunately going wrong with us, there is an old adage, speak softly, carry a big stick. We have started doing the other thing around, speaking loudly with not a big enough stick. That is even more dangerous. So geopolitics, national security is a complex, sophisticated game. All of us have to step up into it. And all these issues have to be tackled. I mean, that's all I can reflect on.
So you raised very vital questions. Even in Op Sindhur, we were buying things from China which we shouldn't have been buying. So I won't venture beyond it. Now, somehow, you see, we have to create specialities and strength in the country, which for some time, we know we have it, but we haven't actually shown ourselves well. Till 10 years ago, sir, or 15 years ago, who knew about shale oil being exploited in the manner, as you said, in the United States? Even now, they say that the quantum of water required to take the shale oil is so heavy that many countries, it has to be taken off from to shale oil. They are the largest manufacturer. And it was for a long time said shale is a very expensive hobby. The Chinese are getting into shale. Not very long ago, there was a news item, and shale was an example. Not very long ago, there was a news item that Riyasi, they found a lot of, I think, lithium or something, deposits. And, it came into news for 3-4 days and saying, my God, we've changed the earth. We have more lithium in Riyasi. Riyasi Jai Mata Di, Vaishno Devi ke paas. Now what they're saying about lithium, that lithium has got sand. We can't take it out. It is too expensive to take out. The quality is poor. When we go back, we were kids around when Mr. Bhabha was around. God bless him. Bhabha. And he said that the strength of India's nuclear program lies in reprocessing because the Kerala sands have got the maximum amount of thorium. Correct me if I'm wrong. I am a total non-techie. मतलब इतना है कि मैं टो तक मेरा टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसके ऊपर नहीं आती है. But that's what in 60s we used to hear. What happened to that thorium? They said we have more, Homi Bhabha, more thorium, and we would be able to create so many reprocessing plants that we would be suppliers of fissile material worldwide if we had used a thorium cycle, the third stage of the nuclear cycle. Nothing came out of it. You can't say, well, from 60s onwards, he died in 65, if I'm not wrong. From 60s onwards, we can't do the reprocessing cycle and take the thorium out. You create efficiencies in item A. You say, I have sulfate of lithium, jisne khreedna hamare paas aao, then you can do barter, na? Less is fair. But at least take 4 things out. One way of doing this. Second, buy a country, खरीद लो, पैसा निकालो, थैले में ले जाओ, country खरीद लो, जिसके पास माल है. I deliberately shift to Hindi too. So what are the Americans are doing? Who is fighting in Democratic Republic of Congo? Is it the peacekeepers? Is it De Beers who takes the diamond out? It is Chevron or Mobil or Total who take the oil out? Or are the firms which are taking the rare earth out? And that's why there can't be peace in Democratic Republic of Congo. It will become the richest country in the world. They got everything there in DRC. And that's why the peacekeepers are there from 1960 and they are there till today. So what do the corporations do? They say, okay, we invest there. They do make bridges, you name it, and you take this stuff out which is essential for you, for your own country. So you invest. So literally these corporations which belong to the world ensure that the fighting is on, but they are also able to suck out what is required to be done. This is strategy. So, you may not have A, B, C, D, but you may have GH here. You produce a GH, either buy it or whichever way, hook, like and sinker, you just sort it out and you buy it from whichever country you want to buy it by giving that country what that country wants, expertise from our side. Take the thing, or you say, yeah, so what that today Riasi lithium is not cost effective. Shale was not cost effective not very long ago. But what became cost effective? We have to change our tack and said, yeah, you gold है ना वहाँ पे वो शिलोंग में अब बहुत महंगा हो गया. You can't get gold out, so let's buy gold from Switzerland. Yeah, you know, this is how the world moves. World moves to make sure that you take advantage of what you have to the optimal levels. That is a strategy.
With this, we come to the end of the question and answer session. I thank all the speakers and participants for such an engaging first session of the seminar. May I now request Major General S. Kemparaj, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, Managing Director, AGIF, to kindly present a token of appreciation to our panelists for session 1. I would also like to request Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Director General, Clause, and Mr. Vikas Mathur, Head of Institutional Business at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited, to please come on the stage for a group photograph. First we have General Raj Shukla, General Rakesh Sharma, and finally General Manoj Pandey. I would request the dignitaries to please remain on stage for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. We will now take a short tea break. I request everyone to kindly proceed for refreshments, and we will Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session 2, where we shift our focus from the realm of geopolitics to the equally critical sphere of economic implications. In the preceding session, we explored how intensifying power rivalries, persistent conflicts, and shifting global alliances are redrawing the strategic map. But these geopolitical tremors do not end at the battlefield or the diplomatic table alone. They directly affect markets, investment flows, and national economic trajectories. This session will examine how the current era of global uncertainty is translating into concrete economic risks and opportunities. We will delve into the financial market disruptions triggered by geopolitical tensions, the challenges of inflation and supply chain volatility, and the growing unpredictability in trade and investment landscapes. At the same time, we will reflect on the resilience and adaptive capacity of the Indian economy, assessing how domestic structural strengths can be leveraged to mitigate external shocks and chart a sustainable growth trajectory in the coming decade. To guide us through these complex themes, we are joined by two leading voices from the financial and economic world. As we begin the second session, may I once again remind our speakers to please adhere to the allocated 20-minute time frame for their presentations. A warning bell will sound 2 minutes prior to the conclusion of your slot. Our first speaker for the economic session is Mr. Kaustubh Gupta, who serves as the co-head of fixed income at Aditya Birla Sun Life Asset Management Company. Mr. Gupta brings with him over 17 years of deep and diverse experience in the world of finance. Over the years, he has held roles across treasury operations, liquidity management, and fund management, building a strong reputation in the investment community. In his current role, he oversees the fixed income portfolio management at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC. Before joining the organization in 2009, Mr. Gupta worked with ICICI Bank, where he was part of the asset liability management team. A chartered accountant by qualification and a level 2 CFA candidate, Mr. Gupta blends a robust analytical background with hands-on market experience, making his perspectives especially valuable in today's volatile environment. May I now request Mr. Gupta to deliver his address on economics in a new brave world.
Thank you, ma'am. Probably what she's saying, let's talk about money. Enough of complex stuff. Major General Kampraj, members of AGI, investors, friends, Jai Hind, and thanks for giving me opportunity to share my views in the evolving macro world. Now, macro, why we want to discuss this is that because it's a soul of asset allocation business, and when we want to talk about money, clearly, if we have a little bit more clarity, or I would say confidence in terms of macro themes, it helps us in allocating those money in an efficient manner. But what we at times don't, rather I say at times we forget that geopolitics is the one which is the mother of all macro. Now macros by sense, and specifically geopolitics, why it's a mother of macro? Because it takes time to play out. It's not like growth and inflation, which you have to react or price in immediately. These things are like butterfly effects. Something somewhere is doing something, and it is going to have impact across geographies, across countries, across decadal experience, and something changes forever. That's what geopolitics is all about. Second thing about geopolitics is it's difficult to price in. Even if something is happening today, my investors, they think what is going to happen in next 3-6 months. Who cares what's going to happen in next 10 years? That's the job of politicians, bureaucrats, strategic thinkers. I am just thinking about what is my return for next 3, 6, 9, 12 months till the time my boss doesn't fires me. But it's difficult to price in, but for efficient allocation, clearly, in my view, clearly the geopolitics makes a lot more sense. And most important thing, geopolitics is for brave people. Now this is a forum for brave people, And which is why, let me try and derail you into something, brave investing for a brave people in the new brave world that we are getting into. Last 30 years, I think earlier speakers, they gave us some bit of sneak peek that how the world was unipolar. Now, optically, the power centers were three: US, China, and to some extent Europe. US, large provider of tech and capital. China, world producers. And Europe, world policy makers. So that was the thesis. But in among the three, the big boss was US. It was a hegemony of US which enabled that the world get into the benefits of globalization. Now, as we speak from a hegemonial perspective, sorry, I think something has happened. Yeah, from the hegemonial world, in that, emerging markets, they were acting as a side actors. And India was one a small side actor in all these 30 years. Because all these emerging markets, basically they align with one large power. Sometimes US, sometimes China, sometimes Europe. And in that business, they are the one with not only aligning, they run conservative policy. The goal was safety and security by aligning to one of the large power. And in that process, while allocating money, these emerging markets, they run conservative policies, both on fiscal and currency. They run very high real rates. They run low inflation. And most important, the surplus of these emerging markets were invested back into developed markets, largely US. And this enabled for these developed markets to run low real rates and in turn provide this capital back into emerging markets. Now, do anyone have sense how much of extra capital or investments was invested by these emerging markets into DMs in last 25 years? Or more important, in last 15 years? Last 25 years, the estimate is about $10 trillion of money has been invested by emerging markets into these developed world. In last 15 years, that number is about $8 trillion. So that's a kind of savings by running this conservative policy has been invested in. So that was a policy backdrop, and that's where the money was moving, is effectively in last, I would say, 30 years, the rate. Sorry. Now this gave birth to so-called globalization. Now in this world of globalization, US, or you can say they outsource their low-hanging fruits to these emerging market economies by transferring capital and tech, and they get royalty income and investment income, and they in turn got large amount of flows, money finding it back to the shores of US banks in form of US treasuries or current account with JP Morgan Chase and stuff, to make it a point that this money is effectively a kind of a Ponzi scheme, that I am giving you money, you make order, you invest that money back in with me, and whatever is a little tech and capital you need, I am going to provide it for free. Now this was a trade for last 30 years, and everyone benefit from it. It was like lifting all boats together to some extent. Now this is, I think, was a basic backdrop of last 30 years, which led to the globalization, trust. Now the problem with the trust is that it comes with consistency and it earns with respect to time. Whether it's any kind of relationship, probably except mother and children, everything has to be quid pro quo. And with time, you grow trust. But some of these beliefs have started changing, specifically since 2014, and to some extent, something happened in 2020 that has shattered some of these beliefs. Okay, let me start what happened since 2020. COVID, everyone remembers it. But what happens during the COVID is that China suddenly stopped the supply of some of the key material the world was used to. And that's when some of these economies, they realized that they're dependent on China for many things. Second, China suddenly showed up that they are significantly ahead in terms of technological upgrade than what was assumed initially. Then happened, to some extent, Trump. Now Trump, of course, comes with a lot of his original self-owned beliefs, but what it does is that it kills that trust that everyone had on US. Whether it's an event what happened with Zelensky in the Oval Office, or you can say when US practically blackmailed Colombia to take the plane of illegal immigrants. And if they are not going to do it, they are going to freeze all the reserves of Colombia which are lying in US. And this added with what happened with Russia, Ukraine, with Russian reserves. $300 billion of Russian reserves which were lying in form of bank deposit were freezed. And now there are talks that it will be confiscated. On what basis? Just for the basis that there is a geopolitical tension with Russia. Now all these things, and with the Trump now laying his hands on extracting more value from some of the weaker participants, has led to a problem of trust. Now trust is the thing, and which in my view is the most important is this slide today, because the money flows basis the trust. Oops. Oh, it's jumping. There are rules of money. Money finds its value where the capital is treated well, it is liquid, it is field secure, it earns you something, and it behaves good in the time of crisis. Now all the boxes were ticked by USTs in last 25 years. It was earning you good, it was liquid, and especially in the bad times, because the dollar was stronger, it was giving you a kind of a hedge. Now this was asset allocation business in last 30 years. Now this is changing because the trust on US is changing. As we speak, the new world order is self-interest. From globalization, we are moving to protectionism. From, to some extent, interdependence, now we want self-reliance across our supply chains. From trusting each other, now mistrust is the normal phenomenon. And when money is finding it difficult or suffocated in the existing asset class in last 30 years, and that is coupled with some bit of new rules that the world is getting into, what it is likely to believe or likely to behave is that it is okay to being invested in inefficient asset classes at margin. I'm not saying that everyone will run away from US right away, because geopolitics take times to solve itself. But what I'm saying, at margin, people or investors, they are looking to move away from dollar. They are looking to or rather, they are okay with investing into something which may be inefficient compared to what a UST is, but at least it could be trusted well. And that is why, in terms of new geopolitics, I would say it is very, very important that at margin, you start looking beyond what has been the traditional way of investing in last 30 years. Trump. Now what Trump wants, everyone keeps on guessing. I think even probably Trump at times also keeps on guessing what is the priority that he has. When he comes in, what he wanted was practically, I would say, three big things. Lower inflation, because that was the first thesis under which he won the election. Now there are enough documentaries and research data which is available now, which gives you that sneak peek that the single most important reason why the Trump is in office is because of hyperinflation or higher inflation, which was there in the last term of Joe Biden. So clearly his first target is to keep inflation lower. And the second and important thing that he wants is that he need to keep the long end US yields down. Why? Because US is sitting on about closer to 35 trillion of debt, and their interest expenditure is already closer to $1 trillion, about 50% of fiscal deficit that they want to run. Or rather, 50% of the fiscal deficit they are running as of now, and 100% of fiscal deficit that they want to run, which is closer to 3.5%. So that's the second thing. Third thing that he wants is weaker USD. Why? Again, is that because he is aware that the only way to solve the problem of debt is either higher nominal growth, or because there are large amount of foreign investments in these USTs, you weaken the dollar so that your liability also get reset lower. Now these are the three big things that he initially crafted upon. But US being a democratic world, unlike China that most of us are talking about while comparing us with China, democracy has checks and balances, and US checks and balances are significantly much more stringent. So only thing that he could go away, that he's realizing now, or he can go get ahead, is tariffs. So as we speak, among the variety of the things that he spoke about, the easiest for all that he is figuring it out is probably tariffs. Now remember that the single most important thing that any politician wants on the first day of office is that how to get re-elected. Now Trump has two problems. It is his second term, and strictly going by the law, he can't get re-elected or he can't rerun. Second, if he can't rerun, he need to find out a way. Either he can rerun by changing the legislation, or he need to make sure that Republicans, they stay into the power for longer time frame, and he has some say over it, into the at least party part of it. And tariff is one way of solving it. How? Now tariff, in my view, is simply a sales tax with little bit of feeling of patriotism or nationalism. When you serve tariffs as sales tax, you get revolt. But when you serve tariffs as that this is in the interest of US, you get acceptance. And there is no checks and balances to it. But tariffs comes with the cost. All sales tax comes with a cost. Now problem with the tariffs is that the cost has to be borne largely by four guys. First one, exporter to US. Second, importer to US. Third, consumer, whom the cost will be passed on. Or the last guy could be currency, which probably still don't know how to play out. Because tariff can be unwounded to some extent by currency adjustments. 18 and 19, US, when tariff were increased, US didn't saw inflation because at that point of time, currency took most of the adjustments. But the delta was very, very marginal. As we speak, China is paying a tariff of 40%, and the consensus rate for tariff card now is closer to 15%, which is where Europe or maybe Japan and probably India will settle itself too. 15% currency adjustment is difficult to, I would say, at least, if not catastrophic, but difficult for the asset allocation managers to digest in a very short span of time. So in short span of time, I think the first three actors, which is US consumers, exporter to US, and importer to US, they are going to feel it. And eventually 1 year, 2 year down the line, most of it will be passed on to the currency, which is going to bear it. Among the three actors, I think at margin, exporters, they may look optically that they are worse off initially, but eventually with some time passage, if not now, maybe after the midterm election or into the midterm election, they will try to pass it on because at that time, at least Trump will be much more weaker. As far as importers are concerned, again, they could be worse off initially, but eventually, like what you are saying in Walmart case, that Trump is trying to talk down that Walmart should not pass these tariffs to the consumer rather than absorb in its margin. So at initially, probably Walmart may agree to it, but again, with passage of time, it will be passed on to the consumers. So ultimately, the worse off effect of these tariffs will be felt by US consumers. The second, so between the third and fourth guy, the guy who will be benefiting at margin is US fiscal. Now US fiscal is at 7%, which is outside of wartime, it is highest. An emerging market country also don't run a fiscal deficit of 7% unless it is something like last 10 countries of the world in terms of economic score, like Zimbabwe. India when tried to run it at closer to 7% of fiscal deficit, we gave up entering into 2013 kind of scenario where interest rate need to hike by 3%. So clearly, this model of running 7% deficit is difficult. On top of it, President has promised that there will be tax cuts and there will be variety of savings which will be passed on. How to fund that? In order to fund that, US administration has chosen the tariffs. Despite that the tariffs are earning closer to $250 billion annually in terms of run rate, the last fiscal projections which were made just as soon as about, I would say about a month back, they assumed that even with these tariffs, US is going to run fiscal deficit of closer to 7%, which means that using these tariffs, instead of consolidating fiscal from 7% to lower, US policymakers are using these tariffs to give some ways of tax rebates, which is kind of a political tool which will be used in the midterm polls that they have delivered on their promise of tax cuts. And which means that whether it's now or whether it's later, it's a US savers or world savers who are investing back into US who are going to pay back for these tariffs. So that's a bigger trade which is going to play out from a geopolitical front. But in a short term, one thing is clear, that US is going to run very high fiscal deficit. Second, it's very much clear that capital at margin will look to move away, especially the global savers will look to move away from US at margin. And in a sense, dollar is in a long-term structural bear market now. Of course, USD or DXY has moved from 108 to closer to 98. And there are enough talks, or I would say enough chit-chat that probably it's oversold and now next leg is up. But as far as I am concerned, I think if there is a mistrust and you run a very high current account deficit, you run very high capital, very high fiscal deficit, and you have a problem of inflation, so only, and you don't want to, or you cannot cut rates beyond a point, the only way in the economics impossible trinity is that currency need to take adjustments, which means that capital flows, which was a blessing in disguise for the last 30 years, will become now boon for the US capital providers or the need for capital. Having said that, as of now, there are two talks or two talks, which is FAFO versus TACO. FAFO is what US administration is trying to fuck around and find out who I can extract maximum, and TACO is what market is playing. At the end of the day, Trump always chicken out. He wants to extract, give him something for bait, and he will chicken out. But the economic impact of all these things is the prices will go going higher. As far as the US consumer is concerned, the growth is going to be lower, because if prices are higher, which means the real income is lesser, it is deflationary for the rest of the world. Some bit of political uncertainty leads to, I would say, lower growth and higher inflation for the rest of the world. And in response, the policy would be, again, individual country specific. The OECD countries who have space, they will look to do both fiscal and monetary, like what Europe is doing. They are going to cut rates, and they are increasing their fiscal deficit for now for defense spending, but eventually for everything. Emerging markets where inflation and currency is not a problem, they are going to respond like monetary policy. India falls into this camp. And emerging markets where both inflation and currency is a problem, they are going to get roast, which means that they are gone. Market for now is contemplating between TACO and FACO or FAFO, but what it does is clearly the risk of walls have gone up because of the complacency that the market has in. And probably the market as of now is taking a comfort that US is running very high fiscal deficit. In a sense, what it has done is that because of higher fiscal deficit and lower rates and lower inflation globally, financial conditions have eased substantially. Inflation is cooled for the rest of the world, which means that ex of US, policymakers have a lot of space to cut rates. Sentiments are weak, which means position is relatively light. And with a fiscal juiced up economy, and especially by both monetary and fiscal ex of US, there is a case that ex of US, rest of the world growth goes higher. As far as US is concerned, I do think that once the tariff uncertainties is over, which means that the rate card is finalized, that it is at 10%, 15%, 12%, or 40%, whatever it is, Fed will move on to cut rates. Do remember that the data is already becoming soft, and this little bit of tinkering and higher inflation is on the backdrop of 10% depreciation in US dollar. So if you adjust that, effectively, even the tariffs are not indicating that US inflation is going meaningful higher, which means that Fed is going to cut rates eventually. Now in this backdrop, I would say that as far as global trade is concerned, there is a clear opportunity for all of us, but we need to look beyond US. Why? Because US is clearly one of the market where the valuation is very expensive, the liquidity at margin is fleeting, FX is overvalued, and everything for the rest of the world is entirely in opposite directions. That the currencies are undervalued, there is a saving glut. As I told you, the 10 trillion of the savings has been invested in last 15 years by these developed markets into the developed markets, by these emerging markets into the developed market, and large portion of it has gone to US. I think that is going to make change. We spoke in between about something of new bloc, but I think the new bloc would be something like Global South with Russia. Russia is an important player in scheme of things. So I think the new bloc that is going to emerge is this global south, which includes whatever is the nations that Sir spoke about, but beyond those nations, Russia is going to have a massive impact on the supply chain around this global south. Now, important of this global south is 50% of the world population resides here. The second important data point is that closer to 70% of the world GDP comes from this global south. The third data point is that 80% of the resources are owned by this global south, plus Russia. And the fourth point is, and the most important point, all trading lines, especially shipping lines, 80% of volumes moves around these global souths, which means that once the people start looking more inward, what they are going to take care of is that they are going to look for real assets. So clearly, we are moving from so-called US hegemony to the multipolar world, and the focus will be on securing supply chains and defense. Now, defense is an integral part of it, and I agree that, of course, we want resources in terms of funding this defense, and we need beyond resources, but it is undisputable that whether we like it or not, more and more resources will need to be allocated to defense by everyone ex of US. There will be strategic reserves which will be built beyond energy, which means that all commodity reserves will be built by everyone. Now, this is a costly affair, which is I'm saying that globalization, which was the efficient way, from an efficient way will move to a less efficient way. Emerging markets, which were used to run high current account surplus and saving glut, they will be more willing to invest interdependent in this global south rather than in the developed markets. So that's the new trade which is going to play out. And clearly, the high real rate, which was the norm in last 25 years in these emerging markets, it is going to change, which means that everywhere from a high real rate, I think economies will settle for the low real rate. At margin, in my view, the important thing is that you need to diversify away. What has been your case for global asset allocation up till now, you need to think from the new senses. At least you need to go for value rather than growth. In my view, as far as bonds are concerned, because Fed is pregnant with a lot of rate cuts, and they are going to deliver it whether in 9 months or 19 months, but no matter what, a lot of QEs and rate cuts is going to come in to accommodate this shift in capital, which is why USD, as far as bond markets are concerned, they look the cheapest. As far as currencies are concerned, I think JPY is one of the cheapest currency. Not only they run very high surplus on capital account, they are relatively immune both from China and Japanese side. And to some extent, as far as equity markets are concerned, in my view, the only way out is that you need to be now start looking beyond US, specifically in emerging markets. Before I conclude in last my 1 minute, of course, India macros are much better, but let me just give you my tidbit on one important things where India need to work upon if we really want to become secure. If you look between 9 to 14, our nominal growth was 15%. It slipped to closer to 10% between 15 to 20. And as we speak, nominal growth is now struggling at closer to 8 to 9%. We are used to think in real terms, or we are made to think in real terms because most of the data comes in real terms. But the real problem which I think the country is plagued with now is lower nominal growth. And unless we solve this problem, we can't fund anything. So one of the questions when someone asks that where we get money, look, China grew nominally closer to 15% for good 22 years. India has not grown at 15% more than 10 years. And large part of that growth or nominal, jo daya hin, dant hin, saral ho. If you really want to be strong in this new world and which is the need of the hour, at least in the new geopolitical setup, you need to think out of box. India need to grow with much higher nominal growth, without which, in my view, India is destined to get into the middle income trap. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Ajit Ranade, who is presently a senior fellow at the Pune International Center. Dr. Ranade's distinguished career spans more than 35 years, covering academia, corporate leadership, and public policy. He recently served as the Vice Chancellor of the Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, a prominent research university in Pune. Prior to this, he was the Group Executive President and Chief Economist at the Aditya Birla Group, where he guided economic strategy for one of India's largest business conglomerates. Dr. Ranade has been actively involved in public policy, having served on several high-level committees of the Reserve Bank of India and as a key member of apex industry bodies. His academic career includes teaching positions both in India and in the United States, and he has been a prolific columnist and commentator on economic and governance issues for more than 2 decades. I request Dr. Ajit Ranade to deliver his talk about structural drivers of India's resilient growth now. Over to you, sir.
Akashika, right? Yeah. Thank you very much, Akashika. I'm very much aware that I am keeping you between dinner. So 20 minutes to denge na look. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. Of course, it's a privilege to speak before General Manoj Pandey, General Sharma, General Shukla, of course, and General Dushyant Singh. Very nice to be with you. And of course, my host, General Kemparaj, Vikas, and Kaustubh, and the lady who actually was very kind and gracious to me. She's sitting somewhere, Meha, whose father, I think, you know, General Pandey, and all of you senior officers from all the three forces. I see all the three colors, white, blue, and many of you from the corporate world. Thank you for inviting me. So I'm going to try and utilize, so I'm down to 19 minutes now. You know, we had 3 stalwart speakers speak in the earlier session. So there was General Shukla, who was sort of very suave, smooth, and charming. Then we had General Sharma, who was a little bit freaky and provocative and thoda sa antics kiya. And then we had General Pandey, who was very cerebral. And so I was thinking of ki kaun ho sakte hain ye log. So Salman, Shah Rukh, and Amir Khan. So we had all 3 stalwarts giving their own version. It reminded me ki smooth and suave and little bit freaky, and but of course informative and cerebral. So you know, I think I should straight away. I'm not going to go through the presentation. We don't have time. But uske pehle, I just want to share some thoughts. In this room, I know someone there, but is there anybody below the age of 26? I think not. Oh, there are some, okay. But you know, half of India, 50% of India is below 26 or 27. So there's nobody except for 1 or 2 people. So people who are speaking and discussing in this room do not represent 50% of India. Please remember. What are they doing? No, they're not watching the test match. Abhi England ke saath abhi chal raha hai na? So they are doing a lot of stuff. They're writing apps. You talked about startups. They're doing a lot of exciting stuff. I know that Vikas has warned us that nominal GDP growth is going down, and there's lots of things to worry about. But there are people out there, half of India is restless, doing something. The fact is that except for the COVID year, from 1979, this was when Mr. Charan Singh was the Prime Minister of India, we have not had a single year where GDP contracted. Imagine, for almost 45 years, except for COVID, that 1 year, and COVID, of course, that is not a small thing. This long period had, you name it, droughts and famines and floods, and the East Asian crisis of 96, and the nuclear sanctions of 98, the great financial crisis, our 1991, we had Kargil, we had the great financial crisis of the global 2007. Kya hua? And then, of course, what to speak of political earthquakes. But it's not a small thing for a large country. Now we are the largest population in the world to have not had a single year of contraction. No, when we talk about recession, what we mean is the country is now growing at 3% instead of 6%. And this large 40-year period, we had a growth rate of average now is about 6%, right? 6.5. It's growing up. The average is growing up. If you take the last 10, 15 years, it's higher. If you take the 40 years, ये कमाल की बात है. And that's what my talk is about, actually. This is not a talk, it's just, I'll give you the bottom line, that we have some structural features of this economy which make it inherently resilient. So ye bottom line message, that will be the message I want to give you. And I'm not making it up, because I'm just giving you the evidence of our own country, our own context, last 40 years. COVID is the only exception. If there was no COVID, then there's not a single year, even in the crisis year of 1991, GDP was growing. We have had period of, what is the highest inflation India has had? I think officially, some 13%. Countries in Latin America, thousands of percent. Israel used to have inflation of some 100,000%. इतना हुआ कि वो शेकेल का न्यू शेकेल किया. Zambia नहीं, Zimbabwe, no? Zimbabwe, 3 साल में the $100 Zimbabwe note became $100 trillion. अभी पूछो ट्रिलियन में कितने zeros हैं? Because of hyperinflation. For such a large economy to have been survived, except for that 12-13%, and that was just before the emergency year, by the way. And that's what led to, I mean, that was a big problem for the country. But वो अगर 13-14 छोड़ेंगे, so throughout this period, we've had 5, 6, 7, 8%. I mean, you can say it can be lower, higher, but for a large country to manage like this, when countries like Brazil, Argentina, in Africa, they have all struggled with hyperinflation. So I'm giving you two points of data. Our GDP growth rate has always been positive. You can say it can be higher. And secondly, our inflation management has been more or less okay for 40 years. That should tell you something about the resilience. Other big thing, since I should have started by saying Jai Hind, that when the country was born, when we became a nation state, that is, most people did not give it a chance. Very poor and very illiterate. Level of illiteracy was very poor. It's a chance ही नहीं है इसको. When we were born, I think the United Nations had about 150 members, something like that, 140. Today the United Nations has 220 members, 230 members. Did they discover new real estate in the world? Some people can do that, Gurgaon mein वगैरह, but no, there's no new real estate. Those same countries have broken into smaller pieces. The giant Soviet Union broke up into 10. Even our twin who was born on the same day had to break up into 2. As recently as a few years ago, a country called Sudan had to break up into 2, South Sudan. Many countries broke up. So isn't it a miracle that this large country, which had no chance, after 75 years is still in one piece and growing positively? We forget that this is like nothing short of a miracle. And this is a country which is, by the way, you can imagine the diversity in every conceivable dimension. Religion, language, ethnicity, cuisine, culture, even race. The modern anthropologists, they define race in terms of hair texture. अगर वही होता है ना वो African type होता है तो उसको Afro, that is African, then straight hair is Caucasian, and so there's Caucasian, there's Negroid, and there's the Chinese sort of race. So we have even racial diversity in the country. So on every conceivable dimension, the country has so much diversity. एक देश था जिसमें खाली 2 languages थे. There was a country with only 2 languages official, and only 2 languages were spoken in that country. That country almost broke up in 1968. Can you guess which country? G7, member of G7. It's one of the richest countries in the world. Canada. Parkway di Quebecois. वो पार्टी उनकी थी जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी लगा. Sorry. I mean, not that part, but they were a separatist party. And they were determined to, and उनको France से support भी था शायद, पता नहीं. Quebec was going to split up from the country. So today, every official correspondence of the Canadian government is both in French and in English. Just two languages, the country almost broke up. यहाँ पे देखो कितनी languages हैं. So you can imagine that the fact that we stand in one piece, I'm not saying we got to be complacent about it, but the fact is that we are still there, and we're still growing. Inflation is okay. So let's not forget all that. I'm just saying by sort of by way of when we talk about all the challenges, that's one. Second point, that I want to talk about Japan. Why can't we be like Japan? It's not a hegemon. I know you said you don't like the word hegemon. I also don't like hegemonic नहीं. Hegemon लगता है कुछ दादा गुंडा ऐसा लगता है ना. Japan is not a hegemon. It is the third largest economy in the world. Don't forget. It's one of the richest countries in the world. It's a country which is a leader in miniature electronics, in renewable energy. It has 25 or 30% nuclear energy. Fukushima के बाद बंद किया, but अभी वापस restart कर रहे हैं. It has the lowest incidence of heart disease in the developed world. It has the highest life expectancy among the developed countries, something 85 or 89. There are Japanese tourists who climb Everest. Sorry, not tourists. Japanese climbers have climbed Everest even, I think, past age of 60. आप Kilimanjaro को जाइए, Africa में highest peak in the African continent. There are 85-year-old Japanese tourists climbing that mountain. It has the highest forest cover, green cover, highest percentage of rainfall. Rainfall pattern and green cover and forestry, they are related. And it's not a dictatorship or one-party dictatorship like China. It's a democracy, right? Will you agree? I'm just saying कि हम लोग China करते हैं. China के बारे में तो I would like to give a long lecture, but अभी आज time नहीं है. So if you don't like China, let's think about Japan, yaar. Let's be like Japan. When people think of Japan, उनके दिल में दर्द नहीं होता है. उनको डर नहीं, अरे बाप रे, Japan is rising, क्या करेंगे? When China is rising, the world is afraid. Not afraid, world is anxious, परेशान होते हैं. लेकिन why can't we be like Japan? सोचिए. I'm just saying. अगर role model है तो ये एक है अपने सामने, third richest country in the world. Then let's not forget another country, which is the fifth largest country in the world in population, not rich. No, sir. Pakistan. I'm not saying we'll be like Pakistan, but we talk about Pakistan, economy, kuch hai nahi unke paas. Sir, they are going to be very soon, if not already, they are going to be the fifth largest in population. So when people talk about India and China, so I'm saying whenever we talk about Pakistan, we think, oh, it's just an army with a country or something like that, kuch bolte rehte hain. But they are 250 million people, and their fertility rate is higher than India. They're going to expand. If you look at the top 10 countries in the world, 20 saal pehle or 20 saal baad, let me ask you this question. Which is the largest population country in the world? India today. Second, China. Third? No, USA. Fourth? Indonesia. Fifth, Pakistan. Fast forward 25 years from now. Which is the largest population country in the world? It will continue to be India. Number 2, China. Number 3, can you guess? 25, 30 years from now. No, it's going to be Nigeria. Because the highest fertility in the world actually is in a country called Nigeria. Their fertility rate is the average number of children born to a woman of childbearing age. It's like 3.5 or 4. India is down to below 2 now. Or maybe in many states of India, it is actually 1.2. In Kashmir, it is below 1, I think. In Orissa, in Kerala, all the southern states. But African countries still have it high. And Nigeria is going to outpace a lot of countries. So Indonesia, Nigeria, Pakistan, they will be countries which will vanish from the top 10. They're already vanishing. Japan and Russia. Every year there are 1 or 2 lakh fewer Japanese. Every year there are 1 or 2 lakh fewer Russians. तो हमको आगे भी देखना चाहिए ना 20-25 साल से. We should, these are demographic trends. This is not like forecasting is stock market or currency market. वो थोड़ा fluctuate. I can tell you with a fact, demographic projections are completely stable. No politician can change it, no business cycle can change it, no earthquake. I mean, unless we have massive wars like a nuclear, but so demographic changes are very predictable. This is what we are looking at the world. So let's live with that. One more thing I must say, ये China करते हैं, one party, but this, they call themselves, by the way, a democracy. I hope you know that. Chinese people call themselves democracy because it's a one-party democracy. Do you know other country which we admire, which is also a one-party democracy? No. काफ़ी Indians जाके settle होते हैं वहाँ पे. It's an aspirational place. जाते ही रहते, not Dubai. Singapore. Singapore has a 100-member parliament. सब 100 एक ही पार्टी से आते थे, तो फाइनली वो लीकाम ने बोले नहीं 3-4 लोग अपोजिशन से भी लगाओ. So they used to appoint 3-4 candidates, so अभी 90 हो गए हैं, but it's not going to sustain. But I'm saying Singapore is, of course, we admire it. What I want to say about China is the legitimacy of the Communist Party of China, CPC, is how do they just celebrated 100 years. I think last year, or 2 years ago, 22. There's another organization in India which is going to celebrate 100 years in September. So there are very few organizations in the world which have continuous existence of 100 years. But the legitimacy is because they have delivered, as I said, they have delivered growth, economic growth and prosperity, or rising per capita income continuously. That's what I'm going to say, that India, what we need to do is that the legitimacy comes from delivering relatively high, sustained and inclusive growth over long periods of time. High growth, sustained growth and inclusive growth. Today we say, in 1990, India and China had the same GDP size. You know that. In 2025, China is 5 times bigger. India and China ka per capita rank in 1990 was 141, 143, aisa kuch tha. Today, India's rank is still 133. China has gone to 65. So our growth has come, but it's not been inclusive. So all these words are important. High growth, sustained growth, and inclusive growth. And that's all we need to do, I think. While we can talk about geopolitics, I'm surprised that Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, Mr. Salman Khan, Mr. Amir Khan ne geopolitics में बात किया. Geopolitics में the biggest part of the world is politics. आप लोगों ने politics के बारे में कुछ बात ही नहीं किया. फौजी हैं इसलिए. Ex-फौजी हैं सब लोग. But so we'll not go there because we don't have time. I have 5 minutes more, 7? 5 minutes. Okay, so what do I do in 5 minutes? I want to see if I want to cover something. Yeah, let's go. So I'll have to operate the slides myself. Is there a page down here? Yeah, let me stick to this one figure. So this is a diagram. Think of the GDP of India as a black box. Think of the economy as a black box, okay? It takes some inputs. We call that labor and capital. I'm sure some of you have done economics, 101. So basically, GDP is nothing but a giant black box machine. It takes inputs and it produces output. Input ko bolte hain labor and capital, and output ko bolte hain GDP. And one more little input is required, which is productivity. If you remember your 7th standard maths exam, it takes seven workers to working on, what is it? इतने लोगों को इतना काम करेंगे तो इतना प्रोड्यूस करेंगे. हाँ कुछ है रहता है ना. काळ काम वेग मराठीत म्हणतात. That so many workers working for so much time with so many machines will produce so much. But what happens is that the combination of labor and capital can actually produce more GDP if there is an increase in productivity. That productivity comes with skills and know-how and technology progress and scientific progress. So there are 3 inputs actually: labor, capital, and productivity. And this is the story of India. That our labor advantage is that our demography. That labor means India's labor force is expanding faster than its population. Population is growing at 1%, labor force is growing at 2% or 1.8%. You will say 1% में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? अरे 1% of 1.4 billion. ये हर एक country में हो सकता है, developing country, but this is 1% of 1. That's 14-15 million people extra. So that is our demographic advantage. Now imagine if that labor was also skilled, was also educated, had training, had innovative, then all that stuff. Capital comes from savings rate. India has a relatively high savings, that is financial capital. So India's savings rate is about 20-30%. Households in India are traditional savers. We don't like to take debt. Debt लेना पाप है. मतलब अभी वो change हो रहा है सब कुछ. Sorry यार, debt fund ये यहाँ पे. I should not. Debt fund इसको support कीजिए. But households generally are not indebted. So savings rate is high. That comes into capital. So this combination, which gives us the advantage of resilient growth, is what makes that growth rate around 2.5% advantage comes from labor, 2.5% from capital, and 2.5% from this. Something like 7%, 7.5%. This is the growth rate which can sustain despite electoral shocks, business cycle shocks, weather shocks. So this is somewhat structural. It's impervious to cycles. And that's what we have seen. So that's what I told you, input, output, labor. I just want to say just 2 more minutes. See, I want to say that we have to learn from the growth stories of the East, because what we have not done properly, and hopefully we're going to do now, is all our neighbors on the East, whether it was the tigers, which is Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, or the cubs, which is Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, all have done the same similar stuff, which we need to learn. And I've not even mentioned Japan. I'm not mentioning China. And AI is our big opportunity. Very, very big opportunity. So we should not forget that our biggest strength is our labor and demography. So these are the structural drivers of growth. I think I'll stop at this slide. बहुत कुछ कहना है, but anyway, this is what I think. This is my final slide. That India's resilience comes from these structural drivers of growth. When I say structural, it means it is in the structure of our demography and the way we are. That is, there are certain factors which are impervious to cycles such as business cycles or weather cycles. Urbanization is huge. Our GDP grows much faster in urban areas and rural areas. And we are only about 35-40% urbanized. The developed world is at 80-90. The whole world average is at 55-60. We are at only 40. So even if we grow from 40 to 44, that's a 10% bump. So urbanization is a driver. Demography, I just told you. Renewable energy is a huge driver, because with the promise of hydrogen plus solar, hydrogen is very expensive because it requires electricity. But if electricity is made from solar, and then of course I should mention nuclear. Thank you for mentioning Mr. Bhava. Then the digital economy is expanding. The huge infrastructure deficit we are trying to fulfill, whether it's metros or highways. And then of course I told you the export thing, that we have to learn from our East Asian neighbors. So one last thing for you to carry home. Maybe I should just go to that slide. So the message I wanted to give you from this, my few remarks, was that don't forget how far we have come. For a large economy, India and China may be just 2 flags out of 220 in the United Nations. 2 ही flag, वहाँ पे flag लगते हैं, जैसे यहाँ पे flag हैं, बोलते हैं हाँ वो India और वो China. But they make up 40% of humanity. 40% of humanity just is 2. So हम लोग 18% है. If 18% of humanity has been traveling for 75 years, एक piece में, और 6-6.5% से, that's not a small thing. So therefore, our own strategic patience, inward looking, जैसे you said, I think I heard General Shukla say कि laziness आपने कहा, हमारा एक बड़ा बीमारी है laziness की, तो वो शायद mental and physical laziness, we should work on some of those things. So my message, I just want you to carry कि, एक तो don't forget how far we have come. Secondly, we have a lot of work to do at home. Whatever the world situation, geopolitics and the dangers in the world, We have a large domestic economy to cater to. So even in an autarkic world, where the globalization breaks down, which is not going to happen, we have a large number of, just roti kapda maga, itne logon ka पेट भरना है, कपड़े देने, घर देना है, infrastructure बनाना है, urbanization करना है, demography करना. That itself is going to give us a resilient economy. And then on top of it, if you do scientific innovation, if you do, use AI, so the possibilities are really mind-boggling. So that is the message I want to say. The resilience, we have to, of course, put on top of all this will be economic reforms, reforms in judiciary, political reforms. All that is icing. But we have a basic structural thing that we must not forget. So very quickly, they have stopped this thing. We'll go back. This last slide. Why is it not moving? So I just want to leave this side that there's an optimist and a pessimist. Optimist bolta hai, oh, isn't it great? We are growing at 6%. Dekho, 40 saal se grow kar rahe hain, inflation भी low hai, demography. Then pessimist says, yeah, I'm afraid that's true. Because pessimist wants more. Optimist bolta hai, dekho 6% kar rahe hai, so such a great thing. Pessimist ko jala, so this is the story of the glass which is half full or half empty. Is our glass half full or half empty? What's the answer, Kaustubh? The correct scientific answer is, it's both. It's both. But this is a famous Nobel laureate in economics who said, it's a wonderful thing to be optimistic because it keeps you healthy and keeps you resilient. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now once again open the floor for the question and answer session. Members of the audience are again kindly requested to raise their hand if they wish to ask a question. Please briefly introduce yourself before posing your question, and we encourage you to keep your questions as concise as possible. A member of the organizing team will assist you with the microphone.
Sir, I'm Colonel Sandeep Sharma, Director EMI AGIF. In essence, in the first session, what I understood was the world is continuing to be bipolar. And given the current geopolitical scenario, which is very, very vulnerable, it's very, very dynamic, volatile, the security implications and the economic implications of the same, there is an imminent need for India to continue to rise militarily as well as economically. Now for that, we need to be continually engaged with both US as well as China, because we cannot do without either of them. How do you think economically we can engage them and also navigate through the turbulent waters, strategically engaging both of them so that at least, if not help us in militarily and economically growing, at least they do not impede our growth in the future?
In the year of Galwan, the height of Galwan, our trade with China was $100 billion, $110 billion. Galwan, and a lot of restrictions are put in. Next year, 2021 calendar year, the trade with China increased by 10%. 2022, trade with China increased by another 10%. So between China and USA, two large countries, with China we have a $90 billion deficit, with USA we have $40 billion trade. In global trade, you don't have to have 0-0-0 balance with everybody. On aggregate, ठीक ठाक होना चाहिए. So इनके साथ 90 negative है account, इनके साथ 40 positive है. As a percentage of our own GDP, it's only 1%. Now this year is 0.5%. So our current account deficit, that is how shortage of dollars we have, is only 0.5% of GDP. And that's been the case for many years. इतना सब turmoil होने के बाद भी, all these global tensions के बाद भी, I'm not saying I never say we be complacent. We have to be alert and vigilant all the time. But the fact is that it's always been 1% of GDP, 1 or 2%. Crisis year, in 1991, 34 years ago, it was 3% of GDP. And that was the crisis. So we can manage the deficit that we have with various countries. And our trade is increasing. Finally, we are waking up to the fact that export karna chahiye. So we have to, how do we export, by the way? Not by PLI, Don't take production linked incentives. Government ने कुछ 1 lakh crore का 1 lakh crore they have announced as of subsidies. Out of that, only about 30-40,000 crores has been given. Guess who has got it? Bulk's lion's share has gone only to one company. Which is that company? Apple. क्यों? iPhone बनाया. And this PLI was, by the way, the brainchild of Apple. It was अंदर की कहानी है. But anyway. So without doing PLI, without these additional props and additional, we should find some incentives for manufacturing and industry, but we have to be able to be competitive in the world. So garments, and Bangladesh is overtaking us. Surely we can be smarter in garments. We can be in footwear. We can be in variety of products. We can be, we can surely double our exports. And in software, we are the world's leader. So to keep that leadership. So the answer to your question is, I feel so long as our domestic economy is growing, which is the bulk, where much of the growth is here, added to that is the external export economy, with the current account deficit being short, because we have to import crude oil, we have to import a lot of stuff from China. I'm not saying we don't look at how to reduce the import dependency. It's not going to go away in a hurry. At least for 10-15 years, even things like paracetamol, our pharmaceutical intermediates, what are called API, active pharmaceutical APIs, intermediates, they have to be imported from China. Specialty chemicals, chips, whatever, So, ठीक है, मतलब, I personally believe, and I know I'm among Fauji, so I have to be careful, that India, China, I told you, they represent 40% of humanity together. We are neighbors. Mother Earth has put us next to each other. बीच में just for safety एक हिमालय लगा दिया. I believe the relationship can be pursued multidimensionally. There is trade, commerce, investment, commercial linkage can be one dimension, one compartment. Politics or military or border issues can be another compartment. Maybe people-to-people contact, academicians, My own colleague from Pune, by the way, right now she is a young 21-year-old. She has been invited to Beijing. She's spending 2 weeks in Beijing. All expenses paid by them. आप बोलेंगे नहीं कुछ propaganda होगा. But जा रहे हैं लोग. So people to people. When Ukraine का bombing हुआ, when the war started, suddenly India realized 17,000 students are doing MBBS there. वहाँ कैसे पहुँच गए? You will be surprised कि China में भी कर रहे हैं MBBS India. So I feel that people-to-people contact, university-to-university contact, business-to-business contact, these dimensions should not be ignored. And so anyway, I know it's controversial, but and similarly with USA. Okay. So we are in a sweet spot because we enjoy relatively better relations with USA, better compared to some other countries. हम किसी को दुश्मन नहीं मानते हैं, but we be careful about them also.
Sir, I have a question. No, so just to look at maybe a little bit of contra flavor, if you want, tadka. It's not that I am pessimist, by the way, but I'm looking because it's like about investing. I'm dealing with money, so you have not asked me to come here, and so the point is, and I think you guys understand it better than me. पड़ोसी का भी दोस्त हो ही नहीं सकता है देश. पड़ोसी का पड़ोसी हमेशा पक्का दोस्त होता है ना. ये फैक्ट है, क्योंकि दो पड़ोसी हमेशा एडवर्सरी ही होते हैं जियोपॉलिटिक्स में, बिकॉज एवरीवन वांट्स टू ग्रैब मोर लैंड एंड मोर रिसोर्सेस, and everyone wants to create more buffer zone to protect their people. Fortunately, India was a peace-loving nation because historically we have been geopolitically surrounded by Himalayas on the top and vast ocean in the south. So if you look in the long history, we were generally well placed, and we did not spend on war, and we chose to spend on more on spirituality, more on inward trades. And that's where India prospered. Not till the time probably Mughals or you can say Britishers came in. Now as we speak, the problem is that some of the geopolitics setup, because they are changing, the peace time is coming to an end. What one of the speakers said is that 32 countries are at war today. It's a matter of fact. You can't ignore it. And you have a fiscal constraint. It's true that our current account deficit is 0.5%, but it is also true, last 1 year, our FDI is $1 billion, just $1 billion. आप ये सोचो कि 4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है, FDI $1 billion आया है. What has happened?
In 2014, this number was $40 billion, which means that foreigners are fleeing this country. Why? Because our growth is not there. So there is no doubt that we have a resilient growth. हम 4 से 6 वाली इकोनॉमी या 4 से 7 वाली इकोनॉमी, नीचे में 4 जाते हैं, ऊपर में 7 जाते हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे पास स्ट्रक्चरल ड्राइवर्स हैं. लेकिन at the same time, we have not aspired to grow higher. Now the problem is that because of geopolitical setup, China can't be our friend that we can trust upon at all point of time. And because of this geopolitical setup, US want us to have China has defaulted. We have never defaulted because we are good people, we are likable people. So that's our soft power. But despite all these things, if you have to trip India, because of course we spoke about resilient growth. What about the risk? There are just 3 things that anybody wants to trip India that needs to do. First, you take oil to 150, our growth trips. Second, you make sure that tariffs are imposed on our software export, because software export is our answer to current account deficit and capital account deficit problems. Today the current account deficit is looking half. It's not that we have cut down our oil imports. It's because we have increased our software exports. Software exports is very easy to ban. Thankfully, Trump is thinking of goods and not services. If he would have been thinking on imposing tariffs on services, dollar आज 100 होता, रुपया आज 100 होता rather. So it's very easy to trip. If someone trips our software export, it's very easy to trip if someone forces us into war, because we are still poor country in terms of per capita. During, you can say Pahalgam or Operation Sindoor, there was a consensus. But एक साल बाद जब Operation Sindoor नहीं रहेगा, again the election is coming up, and again we need लाडली बहना, लाडली भैया, लाडली uncle, लाडली auntie. Who's going to fund it? Right? So the only way to fund it is that you have to actually aspire for higher growth, and you have to look beyond China and US. You have to look to pick up or plug in small fruits, so as to that you have a not only inward looking growth, but also plug in something from the export looking growth. India is the only country which has jumped from aggregate economy to services economy. 200 साल की या 300 साल का जो भी financial history, there is no country in the world which has moved to tertiary economy without manufacturing sector. India jumped because manufacturing sector, while India was aspiring to grow, was already taken away by China. We didn't have, that bus was not there to us. So we had this because we are good English speaking people, likable people, we don't create enough, I say ruckus when we go out. So we are likable people like it, and we are truly likable people. हम कितने आपस में लड़ लेंगे ना, आप ट्रेन में भी आप जाओगे ना, 2 लोगों में लड़ाई हो जाएगी, हाथापाई नहीं होगी, बाकी सब कुछ हो जाएगा, right? So that.
Go ahead.
So that's the problem. So in order, just a short answer is that you have to plug in every opportunity rather than competing. You have to complement with them to come up on the technological frontier, to come up on the saving frontiers, so that you can reinvest. As of now, we are struggling.
After listening to half glass full and half glass empty, it is half glass full, and you showed us the half glass empty bit. My question is on one observation which Professor Ranade did, was that Japan, we should emulate Japan. My question is rather.
Because people kept saying, China, we can't be like that. But I'm just saying, there's a third.
My question is related to Japan growing the way it is growing because of its security being underwritten by United States of America. Similarly, Taiwan. Similarly, Philippines. So, how do you explain this, dilemma for India? Because India's security is not underwritten by anyone except India itself. So that's the bigger dilemma as far as India is concerned, and maybe that is the reason why we may not be able to emulate what you are trying to say.
No, so it's true that Japanese are not allowed to spend X% of their GDP, maybe close to 0, by their constitution, and that came after the Second World War. And the deal was that the US, who was Eisenhower at the time, the deal was that you will be prohibited, just like Germany, with the quid pro quo being that we will be allowed to have US base there and so on and so forth. But the Japanese have always desired to, in fact now I think they are on the brink of starting to spend militarily. But they do spend on, they do have military related industries. For example, Toyota I'm sure is a big supplier. So ऐसा नहीं है कि they don't have that whole industry complex which feeds into military for many. Now, see, I'm not saying it's a big handicap that, oh, we have to spend for our own military. You know, we just said 2%, maybe it can go to 3%. I'm just saying that the strength of the country, strength of the economy, strength of the country, power, security, and economic strength, they actually are together. So we cannot be militarily powerful without being economically powerful. And therefore, if we not forget to keep our focus on growing our economic strength, which is, as I said, grow incomes, but not only that, grow our industrial base, and we can do a lot there. So I don't think that is incompatible with, and that will automatically generate resources to be able to provide more resources for the military. So
I'd like to add one point here, sir. And it's not that I'm up-class empty. It's just that thoda hai, but bahut sari ki zarurat hai. Hai na? No. So no, it's not about, because I am a growth bull. But just to complete on Japan, look, the advantage with Japan and Singapore was they were pushed to existential crisis, which made them to pick hard choices. This country has never been pushed to existential crisis, which is why we are okay with 6% growth. If you are pushed to existential crisis, you will also have political consensus and citizen consensus to have long growth. Any country in the world which has outbeaten is only after it has been pushed to existential crisis. Now what is good? पहले तो लेकिन उसके लिए क्या होना है? पहले आपको बिल्कुल ICU में जाना पड़ेगा. फिर वहाँ से हो गया, फिर आपको हो गया, अब मैं है ना बढ़िया सा अब सारा डायबिटीज़ भी कंट्रोल करूँगा, ये भी करूँगा, then you become the strongest person. एक तो वो तरीका है. एक है आप ये जानो कि देखो इवेंचुअली ये हो जाएगा, तो उसके होने से पहले आज ही आप मीठा कम खाओ and you become a good person.
नहीं बड़ी बड़ा डिबेट शुरू. I don't think that World War होना था इसलिए Japanese war. You know the Meiji restoration started in the 1890s, like in Kerala education and all. You know the education initiative in Japan started much earlier.
Okay. I think the gentleman there is.
No, I think this is Rupesh Mishra from Airtel, and we are proud to say we are the third largest global telecom company. We serve around 20 different global countries in Africa. My question has been answered in multiple ways, but sir, Ajit sir, I just want to ask you, I mean, you have an experience of age also. I mean, see, existential crisis, say, and you said, you know, higher growth, inclusive and sustainable, etc. I just want you, I mean, you can think through and just give us an answer. What were the 5 factors from 90 to say 2025 or say till 20, which went wrong, and what are the 3, 4, 5 things which can go right? What I can give you a data figure. I had worked in power sector. Everything was imported either from China, all the BTGs, etc. Now I'm in telecom sector. We pay around 4 billion dollars to European companies, Nokia, Finland, Sweden, etc. To some US companies, again to Chinese companies. I mean, and I think you presented in. Now this AI coming up, all the models are coming either from USA or China. And you also touched base relatively on the race, etc. So in India, being in a diversity, we have all type of race, all type of skill set. People will agree that we are, smartest people. So what is going wrong?
What is going wrong? Dr. Shukla, you wanted to, then we'll take both the questions together.
Yes. So, some very interesting points came up. So I just want to deepen the thing with some views and then just you respond. See, why can't India's approach be multidisciplinary? So I'll give you one example which comes to my mind. The guy who fashioned USA's strategic outlook was Andrew Marshall. Andrew Marshall was not a strategist, he was not a soldier, he was an economist. A near Nobel laureate in economics, who turned out to be the best strategic mind that America had. And he was a guy who advised 8 presidents across the aisle. He was the guy in 1980 who said that China will rise, its rise will not be peaceful. It was an economist and not a soldier. हमारे यहाँ ये approach क्यों नहीं है? Kaustav made a very interesting point. He said we've been a land of spiritual thinkers. It's a myth. Swami Vivekananda said that the world is a gymnasium where nations come to make themselves strong. So while Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam is a brilliant idea, why can't it be complemented by the Vivekananda thought? Why do we divide this? That is my only issue. We raised this point about labor productivity. Look at talent. I'm in the UPSC today. Why should IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur graduates come for interviews of sub-inspector CBI? What is happening to our talent? So I'm all with the good things that you are saying, but I'm saying that ye jo cheezein which we are not paying attention to, you bring them in, will be a great country.
Sir,
Get all this. And the last points I want to make. आपने ICU की बात की. अरे मेरा पूरा argument ये है यार कि deterrence में खर्च करो ताकि लड़ना ही ना पड़े. That is the whole argument. ICU की बात ही नहीं आनी चाहिए. Is it wise to spend now or to spend after the event? So I keep saying deterrence is costly, but wars are costlier. So the larger argument I'm making is, let's complement our thought, both the economic and the strategic dimension. Why should we put them in two silos?
so we'll wrap up now. You want to say something, then I'll say the last answer his question.
So the limited point is, which is what I'm saying, कि थोड़ा है लेकिन बहुत सारे की ज़रूरत है. That either you need to get to ICU and eventually you will come back, or you start working now, which is what I think you are also trying to portray in a different words, that you start working holistically on multi-dimensional approach so that we become much more stronger, and especially in the world which is moving from, I would say, multilateral to mercantilist world, it is the only option that we have now. Now to the, I think the question that you ask, and because you are representing telecom industry and you know better than me that the industry has clawed back only because there was existential crisis to someone, which lead to relaxations and which leads to healing of problems, right? So the problem is that in last 15 years, I'm not saying we have done so many good things, which is why we are still growing at 6% or 6.5% last 15 years. So we have done many good things, but at the same time, given the potential that we have, we could have done better, but probably because of politics, probably because the question of character that the gentleman spoke about, that we are not aspirational enough, that we want iPhone, but we don't want that the kids should invest in military stuff. Look, I was talking to someone in the morning and I was telling that, and he raised the question that why we are not spending R&D. So my response is that you can only spend, R&D is a luxury. And unless it is necessity when an existential crisis. You are into luxury only when you are full in your belly. Still the median population is hand to mouth. It's only the 10% of the people who can think of spending on variety of the things, and 100-150 करोड़ की जनता है तो अपने को सब कुछ ही बढ़िया लग रहा है कि ग्रोथ हो रहा है. इतना बड़ा पॉपुलेशन है, इस पॉपुलेशन में चाइना 15% पे ग्रो कर रहा था और 20 साल से ग्रो कर रहा था. हम अभी भी 8 पे आ गए और उस टाइम पे ग्लोबल ग्रोथ बहुत अच्छी थी तो वो ग्रो कर पा रहा था, और अब ग्लोबल ग्रोथ खराब है तो हमारे पास तो कोई सीन ही नहीं, हम 15% से ग्रो करेंगे. स्पेशली वी वांटेड इन नॉन इन्फ्लेशनरी ग्रोथ. So we need to tick many things like what he is suggesting so as to enable, and of course it may start from bureaucracy, it can start from politics, it can start from me, it can start from general public. Only 10% of the people pay tax, direct tax, and indirect tax, of course, it is taken from everyone. So government is out of resources. It's not that government don't want to do it. There is a right intention of bureaucrats and politicians who are sitting, but they are out of resources. And there is no one who is ready to fund us if our inflation goes higher, if our current account deficit goes higher. So which is why either you contend with 6% growth, which is assured for a variety of the reasons that sir talk about, that हमारे पास labor भी है, capital भी है, थोड़ा बहुत productivity growth भी आ रहा है, हमारे पास enabling हुई है, politicians अच्छे हो गए हैं, bureaucrats अच्छे हो गए हैं, generally हम लोग काम करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन we need to work more. Sorry?
Yeah. I met someone who is a China economist, okay, about a month back. She told me that even today, the average worker in China works for 7 days a week, 15 hours, and there is no work-life balance for him. My cousin runs a factory in Jaipur. I am from Jaipur. He always cribs कि यहाँ पर 8 घंटे के ऊपर लेबर नाटक करना चालू कर देती है, 10 घंटा मैक्स, उसके बाद 7 दिन नहीं आएगा, 6 दिन आएंगे. अब बहुत ही लेबर ही है ना सेम. China has already moved value chain. He has already exported that low value item to all these cubs. उसको करना ही नहीं है अभी. Now they are up on technology frontier. They are investing there because they are assured of our level of per capita GDP and our level of GDP. हम 4 ट्रिलियन है, वो 18 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है. US 30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है. They have resources to invest. The survival rate in R&D is maybe 2 or 3%. 98% will fall. Who is going to fund that 98%? There is no funds. आप खुद ही बोल रहे हो कि startup is looking to do, but they are forced to look outside. My brother started a company. He did some invention. He tried to raise money in India, not available. UK government become a funder to that company, but asked them to move to UK. Overnight he shifted there. He got a residency and fully funded program from UK. Right. So it's not that intention is not there. We don't have resources, and we will only run resources when we will grow economically. सबसे पहले economics, complemented by geopolitics, and then you are set to grow and do all inclusive growth. Otherwise, we are little stuck.
So let me just 1 minute. What you said, Nick, what went wrong? And here this last slide, if you remember, that from 2004 or he said ki nominal GDP growth niche aa raha hai. So we just have to open our eyes and see ki what is wrong. Please, and that will give you the answers. We are a 5 crore economy, not 5 trillion, 5 crore economy. 5 crore pending cases in all the courts and rising. The percentage of people who are elected, not even contested, in parliament and in Vidhan Sabhas of all the states has been going steadily up, monotonically up, niche nahi. Percentage of elected MPs and MLAs who have criminal cases. Now, this is not FIR or parking challan.
Ajit sir, sorry, I'm interrupting in between. My question was...
no, he's asking what is going wrong.
No, so wrong, there's an answer to all this, is the word that the three gentlemen used and both of you also used, is the reforms. I was born with this word reform. We have been hearing this word reform. Unfortunately, these reforms have not happened.
We need electoral reforms, political reforms, judicial reforms, educational reforms. I was a vice chancellor of a university, so I should. I know you won't be comfortable. You have to be real and open your eyes as citizens of this great country and engage with the country. तो आपको समझ जाएगा कि क्या we can't allow it to go like this. 75 years is a miracle. But we can't be vigilant, we can't be complacent, we can't assume ये होगा, लेकिन everybody will have to contribute. So and his last graph told us something. He showed the 20-25-year-old nominal GDP का.
Look, because nominal growth solves many problems. Nominal growth is the key. And unfortunately, today, we only talk about real growth. Nominal growth cleans the balance sheet. Nominal growth give you confidence that you are growing. आपका सैलरी 10% से ग्रो होता है और इन्फ्लेशन 8 है, तो इफेक्टिवली 2% का रियल ग्रोथ है. और सैलरी 4% से ग्रो और इन्फ्लेशन 0, कौन सा सिनारियो ज़्यादा अच्छा लगता है? 4% रियल ग्रोथ कि 10% नॉमिनल सैलरी इनकम ग्रोथ? I think 10% nominal income growth in general median people, because they don't think in real terms while spending. They think that मेरा सैलरी 10% से ग्रो हुआ है, बोनस 50% आया है, let's spend. बोनस 0 आएगा, let's not spend. या सैलरी ग्रो नहीं हुआ है, तो he'll become conservative. So nominal income, nominal wages have slowed, nominal growth has slowed, which is what ailing consumption. Now you are an inward-looking economy. You are dependent on these 150 crore people, because labor is the pool that you are targeting. That is giving you resilience. if their salaries are not growing or their income is not growing, nominally, it has some problem. And which is why, if your fiscal is constrained, you need to ease more on monetary side. Of course, quality is improved in the current administration. There is no thought to it. But this administration has inherited debt. And as a matter of fact, 30% of our, I think, entire revenue goes to meet interest expenditure. We talk about US debt. Even we are in the same state. We are not meaningful different because वहाँ पे coupon low है. So at a higher debt to GDP still, it is, our coupon is much higher. So the only thing is that I think at margin, and again I'm telling you, I'm not glass half full. Okay, I'm genuinely bullish on India, bullish on growth. I'm massively invested in equity personally, and advise people to invest in equity and all those stuff. Because I do think that India has this opportunity of 10, 15, 20 years to actually make generational wealth. And given the politicians are in good state, political scenario is in a good state, they generally want to work for the country. Bureaucrats are now working in good state, I do think. But we need to look for mindset that we want to grow higher nominally as well, apart from real. Inflation is bad, but lower nominal growth is even worse in my view.
For good cause, sir.
This time we are not responsible.
And I thank both our speakers for what was definitely a very, very interesting session too, and the ever-engaging audience for a brilliant session once again. To deliver the closing remarks, we are honored to have with us Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, who currently serves as the Director General of the Center for Land Warfare Studies. General Dushyant Singh was commissioned into the 9th Battalion of the Maratha Light Infantry Regiment in December 1981. Over the course of a distinguished career, he has commanded across a wide range of operational theatres and challenging terrains, both within India and in international appointments. Over to you, sir. We're a little short on time. I apologize for the short bio, but please go ahead.
You shouldn't have said that. Not required. Okay, so I am already standing. Actually, it was not Ajit who was standing between the dinner and and all of you. It is me who is going to be standing between the two. So basically, host of the issues have already been covered. So in my concluding remark, I want to basically make 2-3 points and then conclude this session. One thing which has come out very clearly in this whole discussion and conversation today is that the geopolitics is rapidly changing. It is becoming turbulent, which is leading to conflicts all over the world. Somebody, in fact, General Rakesh Sharma, who's been my guru also, said that there are 32 conflicts. There is a conflicting data on that also, that the figures are 32, 56 and 110. So you can now, if you plot these things on the map, you will realize that the world is at war. So if the world is at war, our growth has to be, as General Raj said, that it has to be a contested growth. And if it has to be a contested growth, then you cannot dehyphenate security from economics. So therefore, security and economics have to grow together. Probably in the coming world, as he said, it is going to be anarchic in nature. Therefore, the security will have to be a little shade higher, and economics will have to, jump up itself to ensure that the security of the nation is ensured. Otherwise, we will land up in, like what Kostav said, that we should not face a war. And if we do not face a war, the only answer is to have a very good deterrent. And if you have to have a good deterrent, then you got to have good money. So who comes first, who comes later, that is not important. I think we need to grow together. So this has been the common message which has been spread across. I like the last take of today's conversation, which was that there is a hope. There is a hope. India is doing well, but India needs to do very, very well, and that is what is important. With that, I would like to end this remark of mine by thanking, of course, the Mr. Vikas Mathur for having given us the support to organize this particular seminar, MD AGIF, our distinguished speakers today, Mr. Ranade, Kaustav, General Raj Shukla, and General Rakesh. Of course, the former Chief General Pandey had to leave. He had some urgent commitments, so that's our loss. With that, thank you and Jai Hind to all of you.
May I request Major General S. Kamparaj, MD AGIF, to join us on stage to kindly present a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists for Session 2, as well as to Lieutenant General Dushyant Singh, DG Clause, and Mr. Vikas Mathur, Head of Institutional Business at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC, for their invaluable contributions in making this event the success it was. Mr. Kaustubh Gupta. Dr. Ajit Ranade. General Dushyant Singh, DG Clause. And finally, Mr. Vikas Mathur. With this, we come to the end of today's seminar on geopolitical scenario economic ramifications. We now invite you to join us for dinner at the banquet dining and assembly, where we hope the conversations continue informally. Thank you. Jai Hind.